Hello, and welcome to this, our 183rd live stream. Happy All Saints Day! Yay! Today is All Saints Day. Yes, I know, you might have a hangover from Halloween, but today is All Saints Day, where we are to remember those saints that came before us in the faith. So, we hope you're having a great day. Thank you for joining us tonight on this episode of Ancient Egypt in the Bible. Just a little bit of channel business, and then we'll get right into the questions. The first thing is, if you want to sign up for that Egypt in the Bible tour, please do so. I think the first deadline is coming very, very soon. So if you are at all interested in going to this fabulous tour of Egypt, where we talk about how Egypt relates to the Bible at the very sites, you won't want to miss this. So please sign up. The link is in the description. Okay. Second of all, we are also want to remind you that if you are interested in participating at our annual D&D game on, I think it's the 22nd, is this? Just check here. Yep, the 22nd of November. Okay, at ETS at 8 p.m. Central, sorry, not Central, Pacific time, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Please do sign up on our Discord server. Spots are limited. So, it's going to be fun, because last year, it's a speed game. It was a riot. So, and oh, we got sneaky stuff planned for you today. And this one too. Okay? So, Jonathan Walker. No, we're all on a sugar rush right now. Oh, sugar rush, huh? Wouldn't know what that's like. Okay, so again, you need to sign up on our Discord server if you want to participate in the D&D game. And we need your character sheet a week before the game. So this is going to be super important. We don't want anyone coming in at the last moment who said, oh, I signed up, but I don't have a character sheet ready. So you're going to need to be on the Discord server to submit your character sheet and to sign up for the game. So it's very important, if you want to be in that game, to sign up on the Discord server. All right? So we'll get into the questions. The rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. This is true on all YouTube channels everywhere. Super chats give you visibility. So it's not a guarantee we'll take your question, but it is a guarantee we'll see it. Okay? Second of all, we do take non-super chat questions, but it's got to start with a Q and a colon. If it doesn't have a Q and a colon, it might as well not exist. We don't see it at all. Okay? Third, if you post a non-super chat question, only post it once. Question spamming or posting it multiple times will get the question disqualified. Fourth, if it's a verse from the Bible, please give us a little context. We need chapter, verse, and book. Without that, we could be scrambling for way too long to answer your question. So we need that context if it's anything related to the Bible at all. And then if it's if you're sponsoring a super chat, only sponsor one question per super chat and include the question in the super chat. And then finally, if you do a super chat, one question per super chat. We had instances where people were packing 10 questions into a single super chat. We're just not going to answer that. It just takes too much time to give proper attention to each one. So one question per super chat. Okay? So those are the rules. So let's get into it. Okay, we're going to start the night here with 2 non-super chats. And the first one here is from Dark Blade. And he asks, does Isaiah 21, 13 to 14, Ishmael's son, Tema is mentioned in connection to Arabia. Does that support that the Arabs are in fact Ishmaelites? All right, let's look at that. So we bring up the Bible here. And we'll go to Isaiah 21, verses 13 to 14. Okay, and starting at verse 13. The oracle about Arabia. In the thickets of Arabia you must spend the night, O caravans of Dedanites. Bring the water for the thirsty, O inhabitants of the land of Tema. Meet the fugitive with bread. Okay, now this is what's called here, it's ethnography is what's going on here. Okay, so this is the land of Tema. But and Tema is one of Ishmael's sons. Now, that doesn't necessarily say who's occupying the land. Just because a land is called something doesn't mean its occupants are that original group. So, what this is a reference to, it's ethnography. Basically, Isaiah is referring it according to who originally inhabited the land, which was the ancestors of Ishmael. But by this point in time, the ancestors of Ishmael had been driven out of the Arabian Peninsula. So by the time that Isaiah is writing, the Ishmaelites are no longer in the Arabian Peninsula. So Isaiah here is referring to a kind of archaism. He's referring to the ancestral name of the region, even though those people no longer live there. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. It's an interesting question because we do find this happening all over the place. Like, for example, you have, for example, Israel. Okay? But Israel wasn't always inhabited by majority Israelites. Okay? There were times when other peoples moved in and occupied much land too. So we get this in history where a place like Canaan is another example of this. We call this the land of Canaan. But by the time, for example, the Israelites occupy the land of Canaan, it's no longer majority Canaanite. So this is just something that happens in historical topography. Okay, toponym being a place name. So oftentimes the original inhabitants that land is named after, the name lasts longer than the inhabitants itself. And this is what's happened in the case here of Isaiah 21 verses 13 to 14. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciate it. All right, the second one here is from Adrian Rodriguez. Thank you for the question. He asks, hey, Dr. Falk. Hey, Adrian. How do you effectively retrain what you read? Do you rely on mere memory, creating a synthesized note-taking system, annotate in books, highlights, etc.? Thanks. Ooh, great question. It's a great question. And it's a lot easier than what you think. Okay? How do I retain what I read? I read a lot. I read a lot. Here's how I do it. I read one book. Okay, fair enough. Then I read a second book. And I notice some of the content from that first book is in the second book. Okay, I recognize the content. I read a third book. Okay, I notice a lot of content in that third book from books 1 and 2. I recognize the content. I don't know where exactly it came from. Might have come from book 1 or book 2. But I recall that I have read it, encountered it before. by the time you get to the 30th or 40th book, there's not much new content in there. You recognized almost everything in that 40th book, except for like little snippets here and there. This is why it's so important to read. You know, you just, the more you read, the more familiar it becomes, and you just assimilate it. You don't need a great memory. You don't need a synthesized note-taking system. Now I do take some notes. And generally what I do is I will like highlight it and then mark it in the very front page where I found the highlight and make my note in the front page. That way I can find it again. Okay? But once you've read 40 books on a subject, you know, it's very familiar to you. It's very familiar. And you know, there's two ways it'll be familiar with you. One, you'll recognize the content. You'll recognize what you read because you've read it so many times. The other thing is, you'll recognize stuff that shouldn't be there too. Something that's like doesn't belong because it's so out of place or it's not right. You'll recognize that too. So there's huge benefits in reading. You know, I had a teacher that used to say, read them till they bleed them. If your eyes aren't bleeding, you're not reading enough. So, you know, it's just, you can still read it, right? Well, Darkblade asks, what if it's a library book you can't mark? Still read it. Take notes in a notebook. You know, just just read. I mean, it's more important that you read this stuff than you take notes. Honestly. Haystack says, I'm a slow reader. Yeah, so am I. You'd never know it. You'd never know it. But here's one thing, too. Being a slow reader is not necessarily an impediment. They have done studies that people who speed read, and generally their retention is terrible. It's the RC. 950, just keep it. We're not advocating theft here, okay?
No, then you can't read the second library book.
Libraries frown on that sort of thing. Oh, by the way, libraries have ways of getting around that too. They'll just increase your fines to over 1,000 and then charge you. That doesn't work so well anymore.
And quite frankly, the more you read on the subject, the faster you get.
Yeah.
Your brain is screening out information you already know.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is when you read, the more you read, the faster you end up reading on particular subjects, because you recognize the material so quickly and so fast. So it's very, very important that you read, and you read a lot. That's really, I mean, they say that by the 7th time you encounter something, that's, you've mastered it. Okay? So that means you have to read just 7 books to basically really master the content in the first book. So just keep reading. You know, it's so important to read. Otherwise, you might end up like Kip Davis. And no one wants to end up like that. Okay? So, read. Read a lot. It's important. Okay, let's get to the super chats now. Our first super chat is from Jack Ray, who gifted the channel 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. We appreciate your support of the channel. So thankful that you are supporting us in this way. Okay, next one here is a member question from Warrior of the Most High. He says, what does God intend parenting to be like? Should we teach him everything we know outside of school, like a dictator, or let him make his own choices? Okay. As far as parenting goes, and I'll be the first to admit, I'm not a parent. Okay, I'm not a parent. But the way parenting is supposed to work is the father is supposed to teach the children the faith. Okay? That's the normative role. Or the mother, if in the case where the father's absent. Okay? But the parent is supposed to teach the children the faith. Now, you don't have to teach them everything you know, but you have to teach them enough so they're not ignorant in the faith. Okay? Now, beyond that, you basically are raising them up to follow the right path, the moral path, the path that leads to God. You can't make them go to God. They have to go on their own. But you have to make sure that they are abiding to the way as best as you can teach them. Okay? But ultimately things like careers, like even life decisions, that's going to be up to them. And they're going to have to make their own mistakes. So it's one of those situations where you're supposed to guide them and teach them. But you're not dictating every decision for them. That would breed resentment in your children and push them away. Okay? You want to show your children the love of Christ at every opportunity. But sometimes that love is discipline. Okay? Sometimes that love is taking away their Nintendo, whatever services of Nintendo these days. When they mess up, give them consequences for the actions. Show them that there are consequences for their actions. Teach them the Bible. They get a better understanding from the Bible from what they get at home than what they get at church. I was a youth minister for a while. And I was actually an assistant youth minister. I was never the full youth minister, but I was the assistant youth minister. And I remember this guy coming up to us. And his kid had been at our youth group for, I think, for 2 weeks. And he says to me, my kid robbed the liquor store. What are you guys teaching them at this youth group? Yeah.
He robbed
the liquor store and blamed the youth group, the church youth group. And I said, okay, well, where were you? Oh, I was serving 5 to 10 in the pen. I couldn't help but talk. And you think that had nothing to do with it? Yeah, Dad's in the Who Scout for armed robbery. But somehow, 2 weeks of church youth group is supposed to straighten his kid out. Wonder where he got the idea from. Prison. Yeah, the father was in prison. The father was in prison through most of this kid's teens years. Just got out. Yeah, Scott Worthen. My quote, my child went to jail while I was in the pen, and I blame you. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you can't make this stuff up. You just can't make it up. It's just like, you're serious. You serious? So, BC penmanship. Oh yeah, bad pun. Bad pun. Yeah, so it's like they're gonna learn more. Here's a quote. I love this quote. Okay, because this really nails it. Parents always complain that their children never listen to them, and yet their children never fail to become like their parents. Think about that. Parents complain that the children don't listen, but children always turn out like the parents. They've absorbed who you are in the environment. Yeah, they watch what you do, they behave like you behave, they can pick up their morality from you.
What you're saying doesn't match what you
do. Yeah. If you rob a bank and you get sent to prison, the likelihood of your kids doing the same thing is pretty high. If you stay out of prison, if you pay your taxes, if you don't watch porn at home, if you go to church, your children doing the same thing is also pretty high. Especially if you're the dad. Especially if you're the dad. If you're the father, this statistics for this is just incredible. It's something like, if the father is present and the mother isn't, and the father goes to church, there's an 80% chance that those children will also go to church. 80%. On the other hand, if the father is completely absent and it's only the mother raising the kids, it's like a 1 in 20 chance that they'll go to church, and like a 75% chance that those children will be part of the criminal justice system. So it's terrifying, the statistics here. Absolutely terrifying. But it shows you what the importance is of good parenting. A man needs to be involved in the home. You know, they've even done some studies that show that if one man in a neighborhood is in his home, it decreases the crime rate of the entire block. Just because that one family having a stay-at-home dad brings stability to the neighborhood. So that's really, to get back to where the Most High's question here, that's what God intends parenting to be like. Parents are present. Parents are teaching the faith. Parents are providing a moral example. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the member question. Very much appreciated. All right. Jack Ray for $2. Funds 501 Mobius's question, where do you think Yano'am is located? Okay. When we look at, for example, the itinerary of the campaign of Merneptah, he seems to be following the valleys. Okay? Now, he's probably taking the coastal plain up to Megiddo. Now, from Megiddo, you can go in two directions. You can go south down the Shephelah Valley to Gezer, or you can go east across the Jezreel Valley to Beit Shan. Now, at Beit Shan is another intersection of valleys. Okay? You've got a north and south running valley, the Jordan Valley. Go north up the Jordan Valley till you hit the bottom of the Sea of Galilee and you're around Yano'am. Okay? And there is some debate of where exactly is Yano'am, but it's believed to be in that southern Galilee area. Some put it more east towards Ashtaroth, but I think it's probably more likely that he just followed the valleys in this particular case. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and it's a great question. Okay, next super chat here is from Byron, who became a Seth member. Thank you very much for becoming a Seth tier YouTube member. It helps and contributes to the channel, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And then we got Jack Ray for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He says, it seems that certain YouTube atheists are instituting a Schrodinger's cat policy derivative called Schrodinger's subject matter expert. But really, they're like a cat on a hot tin roof. That's hysterical. Is he or is he not a subject matter expert? Depends who you ask, and what day you ask, and what video you ask it on. Yeah, that got pretty strange pretty fast. You know, on Pologia's channel, you know, Kip and Bowen were being called subject matter experts, and they were lapping it up like, oh yeah, definitely. And then on Rationality Rules, it's like, well, no, we're not subject matter experts. It's like, yeah. It's like, oh boy. Yeah, it's just like plausible deniability. Oh, I denied it. Oh, I am one. Whatever is convenient in the moment. This is what we call an equivocation. Okay. They're lying. It's a form of lying when you both affirm and deny something, so later on you can go back and claim one or the other. It's an equivocation. So it's hysterically funny. Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. Okay, and the next one sort of dovetails on that one, which is Addison Weir's 199 super chat, and he says, thoughts on Kip's community post. Oh, I have some thoughts on this. I mean, my first thought was, he still won't say my name. Okay? He hates me that much. This is a guy who's so immature, so petulant, that he still won't say my name. He referred to me on his community post as his guest. He talked about Michael the entire post. And his guest. Michael's guest, yeah. Me, Michael's guest. I'm supposed to be Michael's guest. I mean, they're attacking my arguments. They're playing clips about me, but I'm the guest. Michael's the bad guy. Like, you really... Doesn't say my name. My second thought about was that she had a very strange argument, which was sort of, we have more views, therefore we're right. What? Is an ad populum fallacy suddenly become valid? No. No, that's not how it works. That's not how truth works. I know that was just crazy considering how huge Michael channel is compared to what they're doing. It's just like, yeah, not a good argument, man. Just not a good argument. And when you take, for example, all of Michael's views, and we're not going to use this argument because it's a crap argument. You know, the idea that, oh, I have the most popularity, therefore I'm right. Ho ho ho. Like, oh my gosh. I mean, it's stupid on so many levels. Then I couldn't believe where he was saying that, you know, he's going to be the adult and that Michael was behaving like a petulant child by responding to him. Like, and the quote where he says, performing endless hours of his manifested wounded pride, end quote. That was hilarious because it was such projection. His whole thing on this has been 9 hours. He's had 9 hours of response. Michael and I have done an hour and a half. How is that endless hours? Just, whoa. And my final thought on this was where he has said, well, you know, we had Mark Lucher and Maggie Bryson on my channel, and they were agreeing with us. What? What? It's like, I mean, talk about gaslighting and outright lying. I mean, that was just like crazy. I mean, the Lucher and Bryson interviews were debacles for them. It was absolutely debacles for them, because Bryson and Lucher kept agreeing with me.
Actually, well, Falk is right on that.
Yeah, I mean, Lucher said 3 times, Falk is right on that. He's right on that too. He's right on that. I mean, the only place where he sort of disagreed was he just said, well, you know, he needs to put that in a peer review article, but he might not be wrong. It's like... It's just hysterically funny. It's just hysterical. I mean, you can't make this stuff up again. It's so divorced from reality. It's just crazy. I mean, this guy's the ultimate petulant child. I mean, really, he's in full temper tantrum mode. He's just in full temper tantrum mode. And I have been living in this guy's head rent-free for years. Yeah, I mean, I have better things to do with my time than keep responding to the guy. I mean, in some respects, it's just become too easy. I mean, yes, don't forget the Amorite. Yep. The Amorite. Yeah, that one was just... I mean, if you're going to go out and say that, you know, Falk is wrong on everything, and then you say that scholars don't think that the Amaru are the same as the Amorites, well, you better have done your reading. Okay? And Kip didn't do his reading. It took less than 15 minutes to find scholars on Amorite culture who basically said the Amaru are the Amorites. It was that simple. 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, every expert in Amorite culture knows that the Amaru, that's the Akkadian word for Amorite. Every expert agrees on this. So how he could say that this is the consensus that the two aren't the same with a straight face is just baffling. Baffling. And shows the guy's grossly incompetent. Warrior of the Most High, the legacy of the Amorites continue to marvel us. it astounds me how many, quote, scholars get this thing wrong. It's amazing. You know, Kip Davis has now joined the illustrious ranks of Titus Kennedy. Yes. It just, they just can't get this one right, and it's just as it baffles me. It just, I can't believe it.
Amorites equals Amorite.
Warrior of the Most High. First, Amorites equals Ammonites.
Remember, Amorite rhymes with kryptonite.
Second, Amorites does not equal a Meru. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, and a very simple reading of the texts would tell you otherwise. It's just, oh my gosh. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Kip doesn't read cuneiform. He doesn't read Akkadian. He's reading the Amarna letters from translation like most people are, but he doesn't even read the secondary literature on this. So, this is where the problem comes in. Is he's not reading the literature. Dossman, Kip doesn't read in general. Yeah, that's the problem. He doesn't read in general. He doesn't read literature. He doesn't read informational texts. He's not a reader. He spends most of his day listening to rock music. Occasionally, he'll watch Game of Thrones for the naughty bits. He hasn't read the books. We wouldn't understand the Game of Thrones because it's too sensitive for evangelical eyes. Ron Lard says he should have checked with real experts like Ron Wyatt. Could be.
Yeah, Jonathan Walker summed it up very nicely. Argued over arguments you guys didn't argue.
Yeah. Jonathan Walker says they argued over arguments that you guys didn't argue. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Jimmy the Jew asks, is there a book with a parallel translation of the Amarna letters with Akkadian or any other language? Okay, the Amarna letters aren't only in Akkadian, but they're mostly in Akkadian. Okay? Now, there's actually some really good translations out there if you really want to go for them. I don't know if there's a parallel translation. There is, because parallel translations are expensive to produce. But Moran's translation is good. It's kind of long in the tooth now, but it was good. Anson Rainey's translation is good. I'd also recommend that. So there's a lot of good translations of the Amarna letters. And you really don't need to have... Most of them will have good footnotes. This is one of the things I found about translations of the Amarna letters is if there is a sort of a difficult word or a word that needs more explanation, they'll often provide you with the transliteration. And the transliteration is usually good enough that you can figure out what the Akkadian was originally. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the follow-up question, Jimmy. All right, let's go on to the next one here. Yeah, William L. Moran. Courtney Thompson for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Since Kitchen published on the reliability of the Old Testament, have more administrative documents been found archaeologically of P. Ramses or other relevant Exodus towns than what's listed on page 632? Not really. Now, most of the administrative documents that we have for the Ramesside period come from what's called the Late Egyptian Miscellanies. And those were published over 50 years ago. The originals were published in 1939. Caminos does a very good translation of them in 1965. Okay, but we really haven't had a whole lot more done on this, more discoveries on this. Now, what makes the late Egyptian miscellanies so interesting was they weren't found in an Exodus town. They were found in a tomb at Saqqara. So it was a tomb that was dry enough that they could survive. Unfortunately, most of the stuff that we have from Ramses itself has been destroyed. It's just too wet. It's just too wet in the Nile Delta to preserve much of anything. There's only been, and most of the Exodus towns have been that are located in the Delta. So the water table is so high in the Delta that the water and the salinity in the water destroy everything. They destroy papyrus. They destroy stone. Now, this is really remarkable when you think about it. Even the stone inscriptions are destroyed. Because what happens is that saline, that salt from the water, from groundwater, gets into the stone. And as soon as they pull the stone out and the water starts dehydrating, the salt starts crystallizing. And the stone just falls apart. It's really remarkable. I mean, just ugh.
Darklight says, I remember Dr. Paul saying.
Yeah. Darkblight says, I remember Dr. Falk saying that the number of documents obtained from P. Ramses itself was about 0. Yeah, and it hasn't increased. It is 0. It's still 0. We've got one fragment of a cuneiform text from Avaris. And it's a fragment. So we don't even have a whole text from Avaris. So
What is bad for archaeological preservation that makes Southern Arizona good?
I'm not going to touch that one. All right. So I hope that explains that. Thank you very much for the super chat, Courtney. We really appreciate it. Dossman for $2. Thank you for the super chat. I saw it already. Favorite pharaoh and why? Oh boy. Okay. My favorite pharaoh is going to be Ramses II. I think he's a neat guy. I think he built interesting things. I mean, I don't think he was a great conqueror. He wasn't a great conqueror. In fact, he was a pretty crummy general. Okay. He was a terrible military man, but he was one heck of a great builder. So, since I'm a guy who likes temples a lot, I love temples, I will prefer Ramses II. Now, I don't think he was the greatest pharaoh of all time. That honor, I think, goes to Tutmosis III. And a lot of Egyptologists will have that opinion. So, I think Tutmosis III was greater than Ramses II. But Ramses II was great in his own way, which was building. He's great for the same way Herod the Great was great. Herod the Great was not really a good king, but he was a great builder. So you can be, there's more than one way to be great. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Johnny Moe for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Could the story of Jonah offer support for the idea of postmortem salvation? He rejects God's calling, is punished, died, calls out to God for help. That's interesting. There is some hint that in God's providence that salvation could be extended to postmortem. That's definitely possible. But the question is it normal? Okay. So it seems in the particular case of Jonah, this was a special exception. A special exception that God did just to serve his purposes, to get Jonah where he is supposed to be for God to do what he wants done. So it's a tantalizing hint that it could be in some exceptional circumstances possible, but then you're going to come down to, is it likely and is it normative? And I would say in either case, it's not very likely for the normal person, and it's not normative. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for $4.99. Are the torch and the oven the son and the father in Genesis 15? Again, now that you've had more time to look at it. And I have had more time to look at it. Thank you. And let's pull that up. Go to Genesis. And I'm just, for a little change here, I'm going to go to the ESV here, because I know, I'm hoping that the ESV has a better translation on this. So just to mix things up, we're going to go to the ESV on this. And it's Genesis 15, and I think it's verse 17. Yes, better translation here for this. Okay. Now, it says here, when the sun had gone down and it was dark, behold, a smoking pot and a flaming torch passed between the pieces. Okay. Now, oven here is not what we think of an oven today. And a torch here is really not what we think of as a torch either. Okay. So, translations haven't been the best on this particular passage. Now, what you're supposed to see here is a brazier. Okay? Firepot is not a bad translation here, but it's a brazier. It's a vessel that holds fire and smoke. So you're not supposed to get here that there's two things, but a single description, a unified description, okay, of a brazier with a massive fire coming out of it. That's the word picture you're supposed to get here. So it's not two things, it's a single thing. The idea of this fiery furnace that's billowing smoke, and in the center of it is this roaring flame. Okay? So, given that it is not two things but one thing, just an elaborate description of one thing, it's not likely to be the son and the father, okay, but just a theophany. Now, whether it is the son or the father, that can be debated, okay. But flip back here to the NASB here. Second. So, because you have that, you're just not going to... I just want to take a peek at the Hebrew, too, while I'm at it. Let's take a peek at the Hebrew. Yeah, it's a sentence fragment, so that doesn't help us either with a lot here. Okay, it is singular. Okay. So the word to pass through. Go back here to the NSB. Just want to make sure I didn't overstate something here. Which passed between these pieces. So there appeared a smoking oven or brazier and a flaming torch which passed, singular, third person singular, between these pieces. Okay? So the verb here is treating the two as one. So take your comment from Jimmy in a moment here, but that's what's going on here. Is it's one item here that's being described as a compound. Okay, so the smoking brazier and the flaming torch is treated as a single item. It's a compound. It's a compound subject that's then treated as a singular passed between the pieces. All right. So it can't be the Father and the Son. It could be either or, though. It could be the Father or the Son. And probably in this particular case, probably the Father. All right? So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jimmy the Jew here adds, FYI, Brill has the Elamarna corresponding, and that has the original cuneiform but transliterated into Latin letters. Nobody ever tried to use the original cuneiform in print. Well, here's the thing.
They should.
Oh, they don't. I'll tell you why. There's a really good reason why they don't.
Don't people like spilled golf tees?
Some people like spilled golf tees. If you go look at books on cuneiform back in the 19th century and the early 20th century, you'll find a lot of Assyriology books do have the original cuneiform in them. Okay? However, it's like this. Reading cuneiform is its own skill. And once that cuneiform has been transliterated, Assyriologists are very happy using the transliterated. It's not like Egyptian, okay? In Egyptian, transliteration is a problem. And the reason why it's a problem in, say, Egyptian is because Egyptian is a homonymic language. There are a lot of homonyms in Egyptian, and you don't know which one's being referred to unless you see the hieroglyphs. So the hieroglyphs give you more information than the transliteration into Latin characters. In the case of Akkadian, the transliteration gives you the exact same information that's in the cuneiform, but in the case of this, it takes out some of the ambiguity. So it makes the cuneiform more accessible to more people. Okay? Because you don't have to do the Enigma machine when you try to figure out how to read it. Jonathan Walker, are you saying chicken scratch? Golf tees. It really is like golf tees. Like someone threw golf tees up in the air and it just like landed in scattered pattern. Yeah. Yeah, that's what reading cuneiform is like. So doing it in the transliteration in the Latin script is perfectly acceptable. I had to do this project once where we had to do this transliterated texts, and the Assyriologists are going, "Oh yeah, transliteration is okay," and the Egyptologists in the room are going, "Hey, wait, not so fast there, man. You know, if we don't have the hieroglyphs, we can't read this thing." So, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's an issue, but it's not an issue for cuneiform. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. Next here one is from AT Ministries, who asks the member question: where's the tradition of Salmon being one of the two spies of Jericho come from in Matthew 5, 1-5? Okay. There's actually a little bit of a conflation here, but we'll get to that in a moment. Let's pull up the text. Matthew. Chapter 1, verse 5. All right. And to Ram, we'll start with a little bit. Verse 4. And to Ram was born Abinadab, and to Abinadab, Nahshon, and to Nahshon, Salmon, and to Salmon was born Boaz by Rahab, and to Boaz was born Obed by Ruth, and to Obed, Jesse. Okay. Now, the mention of Salmon being one of the two spies of Jericho doesn't come out of Matthew here. And it doesn't come out of the other places where we have this genealogy mentioned. Okay? And this genealogy is mentioned, let's see, if First Chronicles mentions it. I don't think it does, but let's just make sure. Okay, First Chronicles 2 verse 11. And starting at verse 10, and Ram became the father of Abinadab, and Abinadab became the father of Nahshon, leader of the sons of Judah. Nahshon became the father of Salma, which is Salmon. Salma became the father of Boaz. Boaz became the father of Obed, and Obed became the father of Jesse. Okay, so again, that's not mentioned here in First Chronicles. The only other place that Salmon is mentioned as being part of the genealogy of David is in the book of Ruth. And that is Ruth, chapter 4, at the very end of the book. Okay? Verse 18. Is it 18? No, verse 20. Okay, and we'll start verse 19. And to Hezron was born Ram, and to Ram Abinadab, and to Abinadab was born Nahshon, and to Nahshon Salmon, and to Salmon was born Boaz, and to Boaz Obed. Okay, so then, where does the idea of Salmon being one of the two spies of Jericho come from? We don't know. It's probably rabbinic sources. It's probably second intermediate period or second temple period literature. It's probably where it comes from. It doesn't seem to be in the Bible. We don't have an identification for the spies of Jericho, as far as I can tell. And I'll make one last check here just to make sure. Okay. And for some reason, my keyboard is not working here. So I gotta figure out why my keyboard's not working. Just a second. And my keyboard has gone off. Oh, isn't that nice? Technical difficulty here. Great, fantastic. Okay, just a second here. I gotta do some. Okay, my keyboard's dead. Right, that's going to be fun. All right, technical difficulties here. Yeah, really technical difficulties. Okay, I need to... Kitty? Entertain the plebes for a moment, because I need to go replace keyboard. My keyboard just died. Oh. Okay, it's back. Alright, alright, so it just came back. Wow, that was not cool. Alright. Okay. Oh man, of all We have had so many things break, not even funny. I don't know what the problem was. It just like stopped, the computer stopped recognizing the keyboard, and Kip did it.
Yeah, that's one of the few things we won't.
We won't accuse him of that. Okay, so yeah, there's no indication that that I can see that Salmon was ever regarded as one of the spies. Not in the biblical texts, okay? So, but what if he did to it? That would be amazing. Okay. At least the keyboard's back. Okay, so, wow, that was not fun. Okay. The consensus is that he did it. Hey, you can make any consensus these days. I say it, therefore it's a consensus.
10 personalities and they all agree.
My 10 split personalities agree. It's a consensus.
It takes a consensus vote. Why do we get this?
Jonathan Walker, let's have a consensus vote. Y for yes, N for no. BC note to self: keep a spare keyboard and mouse nearby. We do have spare mice, okay, or mouses. Yeah, we keep spare mouses around because we have had a lot of them break. Okay, but we don't have a lot of spare keyboards around. At least none that wouldn't drive people. Well, I have a 2 in the back room. That mushy Microsoft keyboard that's horrible to type on, and the mechanical one, which you really hate. But so we do have extra keyboards if we need it, but I'd hope not to need it. I don't feel so bad now since Joe Rogan on his podcast with Vance. You know, he had technical difficulties with microphones. So it just shows you, even on the best podcasts, there can be technical difficulties. Jimmy the Jew. I claim all my other personalities as dependents on my taxes. Good luck with that one. Hope that works for you. All right, let's go to the next super chat here. So it looks to me that the overall that the tradition that Salmon was one of the 2 spies is just that. It's a tradition. It doesn't seem to have biblical warrant. It just was one of those traditions that somehow grew up probably in Second Temple period literature. It's not in the biblical texts. Emily Tedesco has a little bit to add to this, it looks like. So, and she says, quote, our masters have taught the 2 spies were Phineas and Caleb, Bamidar Rabbah 16:1, and that's Talmud. Okay, so that's Talmud. So that's going to be oral tradition. Oral tradition that's eventually written down. So again, not scripture. Okay. Next one here from AT Ministers for $4.99. Would the Hebrews have had a strong knowledge of the patriarchs since they brought Joseph's bones out of Egypt? They would have had some knowledge of the patriarchs. These are the stories that were told through the history of the Israelites living in Adavarus. Okay? So they would have had, this would have been their stories, this would have been their history. So these are the ones that are told over and over and over and over again. So now, for some of these people, they wouldn't have had strong knowledge of it, but you would have had a plurality of knowledge as these stories kept getting retold. So, and that seems to be enough to form basically an idea within a community of what's their history, is through that constant retelling of the stories of the past. So, yeah. DC says, these are their stories. Yes, exactly. So, what all that Moses and his amanuenses are doing in the wilderness is just writing those down. That's all they're doing. Okay, next one here. It's from AT Ministries for $4.99. How did Epaphus, a Greek god of Zeus, found Memphis, an Egyptian city, according to Greek myth? Now, I have encountered this myth in a couple of places in Greek literature. I don't remember. It's one of the plays. I heard this in one of the plays. I think it is Oedipus Rex that I heard this, where Zeus is attributed as founding Memphis. Okay? I mean, none of this is considered to be legit by the Egyptians. This is a Greek thing. Emily Tedescu says, is that a weird spelling of Apophis? No, it isn't. It's not a weird spelling of Apophis. It's just something that when the Greeks started coming to Egypt around the 7th century BC, they saw these great cities, these great monuments, and they thought to themselves, well, the Greek gods must have been here too. So you do see various Greek gods being ascribed to the foundation of certain Egyptian cities. And Memphis being the administrative capital of Egypt, well, it made sense to them that the great city of Memphis must have been founded by Zeus. So it was something that was worked into their plays and their literature. Okay? So it's just one of those things that the Greeks did. They went to a foreign place, they saw a magnificent city and said, oh, a Greek god must have built it. So this is just Jonathan Walker. Romans were worse. Yeah. Yeah, they were. The Romans had no shame. Josephus comments that Greeks always steal stuff and rename it to make it their own. DWC, those sneaky Greeks. Yeah. Gaius Octavius, there's a myth that the gods went to Egypt after getting kicked by Typhon. Yeah. Yeah, there's all sorts of strange stuff in Greek myth. Chakray, the Romans built roads to facilitate their thefts. Well, if you're going to steal stuff, you might as well make it easy on the road back. I mean, come on. Makes sense to me. Could be. That's why they built great roads. You get armies there quickly and loot back just as quickly. Okay. Let's move on. 18 ministers for $4.99. Is the Holy Temple in Jonah 2 the Temple of Jerusalem or Samaria? Neither. Let's bring up the text. Okay. AT Ministries. Let's see here. It's Jonah. It's in chapter 2. This is in his prayer. And it's a very interesting prayer for those of you who have not really examined this in detail. He basically enters the fish. He's dying in the fish. He's dead in the fish. And he goes into this prospective mode of what God will do because he has faith. Okay? It's a faith prayer. It really is a faith prayer. I'm dying. I'm dead. But I still trust in the Lord. Okay? The reference to the temple here happens after the pivot point. Now, I should say the inflection point. Now, when you've got a prayer like this, it's very interesting. It's told in practically entirely the past tense until verse 6b, which is the earth with its bars was around me forever. Now, this is a reference to the underworld. Okay? After that, the tense of the rest of the passage changes to future tense or present tense, depending on it. So, at that point, he's locked up. He's gone. In verse 6, but thou hast brought my life from the pit, O Lord my God. And that's a direct parallel to verse 6a, I descended to the roots of the heaven. So that's our inflection point. That's where the tone and the tense of the passage changes. So what we get here in verse 7 is this. While I was fainting away, I remembered the Lord, and my prayer came to thee into thy holy temple. This is not the temple of Jerusalem or the temple of Samaria. This is the temple in heaven. This is the one where God resides in. And then he goes on, those who regard vain idols forsake their faithfulness. But I will sacrifice to thee with the voice of thanksgiving. That which I have vowed, I will pay. It's all future. He's basically saying, I'm done, I'm cooked, but I'm going to put my trust in you. My prayer is going to reach you in your holy temple in heaven, and I will give you thanksgiving regardless. And because I will give you thanksgiving, I've made a vow of this thanksgiving, and I will repay that vow. So, that's what's going on here. This is not talking about Jerusalem. It's not talking about Samaria. It's talking about the heavenly temple. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. How do we know what early church services were like? By description, mostly. We do have some description from the early church fathers. We also have some description from the Romans. Romans actually give us some description of what early church fathers, or what early church services was like. Like, I think it was Pliny the Elder. He describes what these loathsome Christians were doing. They were meeting and singing songs. And then they were having this cannibalistic feast. He's a Roman. What do you expect?
It's phrased. That's a valid.
I mean, to the Romans, yeah. To the Romans, I mean, Christians were atheists. They only worshipped one God. So...
And they ate the body and blood of Christ.
Yeah, they ate the body and blood of Christ. And this was considered to be... Ooh!
Language and don't explain.
Yeah. Jack Ray says Romans really hated cannibalism. Really, really hated them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, this was total anathema to the Romans. But this is one of how we know kind of what happened in these services. And you know what they were saying, even Pliny was saying, well, they seem like good, upright people. But their services. Whoa. Ooh. It's like they have to be punished for their services. The reality of early church services was really not that much different than, say, Greek philosophical schools. Really, um, it wasn't much different as far as the practice goes. They met in homes. They met in people's homes. There was usually a stool where the teacher sat on, and everyone else sat on the floor. And if they ate, they also sat on the floor because you ate on the floor. That's what people did when they ate. They ate on the floor. You know, there'd be carpets laid out for people to basically lay down on and sit on, and you ate reclined. Okay, this was the normal way people ate in the Roman world. So there weren't any tables. You know, that was not a thing back then. There were no pews. There were no icons. None of that was part of the earliest forms of Christianity. It was basically you were in a room. There might have been some carpets on the floor for you to sit on. And, you know, you would take, there'd be a guy there sitting on a stool teaching the scriptures. Okay? Teaching the scriptures. And then you would celebrate the Lord's Supper. You would sing a few praise songs, usually a psalm. Okay, these are psalms. You would sing some psalms, and then you'd probably call it a day. You might have a lot of fellowship time. There'd be a lot more fellowship time at these services than you would probably typically find at a church service today. Okay? These were tightly knit communities. Okay? Tightly knit communities. They were under persecution pressure. Okay, so if you're under persecution pressure, you're going to have tightly knit communities. So more fellowship than you normally find, more teaching than you would normally find. Okay? Teaching from the scriptures would usually go on for hours. There was not that 20-minute sermon, okay? Not the 20-minute sermon here. It's hours. They'd teach for hours from the scriptures. And again, the Lord's Supper would be part of this, as well as usually a communal meal. Okay, so it's usually not just the Lord's Supper, but it's a community meal as well. Which ended up causing some tension because the rich got there early, ate, drank, got slosh drunk, and caused some problems, and ate out everything before the poor people got there. So, the early church services weren't perfect. They weren't the ideal, as much as some people would like to think they were. They had some certain problems too. Okay? But that's what we know about the earliest church services of the Christian. Usually, these would be typical of, say, the 1st and 2nd centuries. After that, Christians started to build their own synagogues after that. So around the 3rd century, Christians are starting to build their own synagogues. And at that point, we see the church movement in earnest. Okay? So, it's a question I don't like. Gaius Octavius says, do you think Christianity functions better when under persecution or when it's able to be practiced in the open? Generally, its practice is better under persecution. If history has shown us anything, Christianity tends to be a lot more sincere when it is under persecution. It sort of cleans. I mean, I prefer when it's practiced out in the open, honestly. I mean, I like the freedom of being able to practice and preach how I wish. But Christianity has never failed the test of persecution. It repeatedly fails the test of affluence. It rots from within when things get too affluent. So it's one of those things I think it's a tough question because I like having the freedom to say anything I want. I like the freedom to preach the gospel. But I also know that the church tends to grow and become more healthy when it's under persecution.
You don't spend a lot of time putting in secondary doctrine.
No, the secondary issues don't become so important when the church is under persecution. You tend to stick to the primary doctrines at that point and primary issues.
Affluenza.
Jack-Ray affluenza, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so next one here. From 18 Ministries for 199. What would have Paul have done in Pelusium? Same thing he was doing everywhere else. Setting up churches. Organizing Christians into bodies and sort of making sure they're on track with the gospel. Okay? Seeing what they did like at Corinth. Have they fallen into bad error and need a corrective? So, Paul was a church planter. He was a church planter. You know, he would go to places that didn't have churches. He would preach the gospel, get beat up, get thrown out of the city, and 10 years later, there'd be a thriving church there. Because somebody listened. Okay? So that's what he did. He was a church planter. He was a church planter. He went from place to place planting churches. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Does Genesis 30, verses 25 to 26 imply Jacob was a slave? Interesting question. And probably a little more complicated than you would think. Okay, Genesis, verse 30. Okay. 25. And we kind of have to go a little earlier. Let me see if I can find it here quickly. We need to go to way earlier on this. His first contact here with Laban. Probably in chapter 29 here. Okay, so here we go. In Genesis 29, verse 15. Laban said to Jacob, because you are my... Now, he's asking for his daughter's hand. Because you are my relative, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me what your wages are. Okay, and... let's see, maybe go back. Yeah. I'll start at verse 1, actually. Okay, then Jacob then went on his journey and then came to the lands of the sons of the east. And he looked and saw a well in a field, and behold, 3 flocks of sheep were lying there beside it. For from them, that well, they watered flocks. Now the stone on the mouth was very large. When all the flocks were gathered there, they would then roll the stone from the mouth of the well and the water of the sheep. and put the stone back in place on the mouth of the well. And Jacob said to them, My brothers, where are you from? And they said, We are from Haran. And he said to them, Do you know Laban, son of Nahor? And they say, We know him. And he said to them, Is it well with him? And they said, It is well. Behold, Rachel his daughter is coming with sheep. And he said, Behold, it is still high day. It is not time for the high livestock to be gathered. Water the sheep and go pasture them. Verse 9, While he was still speaking, Rachel came with her father's sheep, and she was a shepherdess. And it came about when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went up and rolled the stone from the mouth of the well and watered the flock of his mother's brother. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. Now, this is not a sexual kiss, by the way. This is a greeting kiss. And Jacob told Rachel that he was the relative of her father and that he was Rebekah's son, and she ran and told her father. So it came about when Laban heard the news of Jacob's sister's son that he ran to meet them and embraced them and kissed them and brought them to his house. And then he related to Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely you are my bone and my flesh. And he stayed with him for a month. Then Laban said to Jacob, Because you are my relative, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me what shall your wages be? Now Laban had 2 daughters, and the name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. And Leah's eyes were weak. That's a euphemism, for she was muggly. But Rachel was beautiful in form and face. Now Jacob loved Rachel, so he said, I will serve you 7 years. Okay? Ebed, work 7 years for your younger daughter Rachel. Okay? And Laban said, Is it better that I give her to you than I should to give her to another man? Stay with me. So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him a few days because of his love for her. This is where Laban does the switcheroo when it comes to paying off the debt. Okay? So he's in service. He's in service, and he expects to get paid his daughters. Work 7 years, get a daughter. Work another 7 years, get the other daughter too. Okay, so that then brings us to chapter 30. Verse 25. Now, it came about when Rachel bore Joseph that Jacob said to Laban, Send me away that I may go to my own place and to my own country. Give me my wives, which is actually his due, his wages, and my children for whom I have served you, and let me depart, for you know my service that I have rendered to you. Okay? Now, here's what's going on. He has given Jacob the wives. Okay? He's got the wives. But the wives are not allowed to leave. And neither are the children.
How much is he?
So Laban hasn't given over all the rights to his daughters. Only the marital rights, not the leaving rights. Okay? So Laban here is playing a game. Jacob is free to leave any time. He's paid in full. But he won't be able to leave with his wives and children. So that's what's going on here. He's not a slave, but his wives and children are not free to leave either. Yeah. Jonathan Walker, Jacob asked to obtain a wife, not leave with the wife. Yes, that's exactly what's going on here. So Jacob could leave. But then all that invested years is gone. They stay with Laban. BC says, so just a prisoner, not a slave. Yeah. That's more what's going on here. So Jacob's free to leave at any time. But he's got to leave his children, his flocks, and his children behind. He's got to leave everything. He can only leave with what he came with. That sucks. Okay? So yeah, not... Yeah, we won't take that. I don't think that's really applicable. All right, so that's what's going on here in this passage. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 minutes just for 199. Explain Genesis 30 verses 37 to 39. Now, we have covered this one in previous passages, but we'll just go over it quickly here. Previous live streams. We've actually, I think, we've covered this one 3 times. So, it's a pretty common question. And the text says here, then Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond and plane trees, peeled the white stripes off of them, exposing the white, this is the bark, the pith, which was on the rods. Then he set the rods that he had peeled in front of the flocks in the gutters, even in the watering troughs where the flocks came to drink, and they mated when they came to drink. So the flocks mated by the rods, and the flocks brought forth striped, speckled, and spotted. Okay? And let's read 42. And Jacob separated the lambs. He made the flocks face towards the striped, and all the black in the flock of Laban. And he put his own herds apart, but did not put them with Laban's flocks. Moreover, it came about that whenever the stronger of the flock were mating, that Jacob would place the rods in the sight of the flocks in the gutters, that they might mate by the rods. Verse 42. But the flock was feeble. When the flock was feeble, he did not put them in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger were Jacob's. Okay, so what's going on here is applied pharmacology. Now, the certain trees, including the ones that are being talked about here, go back to the cheers. Poplar especially, yeah, but poplar, almond, and plane trees, but particularly poplar, contain antibiotics. Poplar contains acetylsalicylic acid in the bark. So what basically Jacob is doing here is he's medicating the flocks. When his flocks are breeding, he puts the rods in the water. The water dissolves basically the watering troughs, which they call the gutters here. So he puts the rods into the water of his flocks. That leaches the antibiotics out of the bark, and like any flock that's basically ingesting a lot of antibiotics, they get stronger. They breed better. They have a better survival rate. So BC says, but didn't this affect the coloring of the animals? Not so much, but it did allow weaker animals to survive. And because it allowed the weaker animals to survive, those, say, that have less, say, weaker genes, which will express more coloration. We have to understand this, that variance in coloration is not always associated with stronger genes. Oftentimes, variations in color come with weaker genes. So that, and this is just because of the way that natural selection works. So because he's he's basically doping up his flock. The ones that have variations in color are surviving. They're surviving and they're becoming strong. So, yeah, Jonathan Walker. Jacob manipulating the herds so he keeps the stronger in his payback to Laban. Yeah. 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 He's making his flock stronger and holding back for Laban's. Now, Laban's getting something. I mean, he's basically, Laban's getting nicer looking sheep, but he's getting less of them. So it's like this. Laban's getting the beautiful all white wool sheep, but he's getting smaller flocks that aren't as strong. John Steinman says Dr. Falk is right. Genetic bottlenecks can result in color variation that is not always beneficial as well. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, that's what's going on here. So, but he's using applied pharmacology, sometimes called tribal pharmacology or ethnic pharmacology, to tip the balance of it so that those with weaker genetics survive and thrive. So Laban got fleeced by Jacob. Yes.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Okay, so that's what's happening in Genesis 30 verses 37 to 39. It's applied pharmacology. Okay, next one here. 18 ministers for 199. Is it true that Edom was never accused of idolatry? Why? We're not exactly sure, but it's true that they weren't accused of idolatry. We don't know why. They are called a land of wisdom. They're not excluded from the congregation like the Moabites or the Ammonites. And that has had scholars raising their, scratching their heads and going, very odd. We find Edomites hanging around shrines to Yahweh. It's thought, some people have thought, that the national god of Edom, Cus, is somehow related to Yahweh. Right now, that's speculation. We don't have enough text from Edom to know for certain what exactly is happening in Edom religiously. Okay? But Edom is said to be a nation of wisdom. It's never accused of idolatry. It's never excluded from the congregation. So, like, for example, the Moabites. 10 generations have to pass before you're allowed into the congregation of Israel if you are from a Moabite ancestry. Edom doesn't have that restriction. So, there's a lot there that's very tantalizing that we speculate upon regarding the Edomites, but ultimately it's speculation and we don't know for certain. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from 18 Ministries for $4.99. And he asks, without the Ark of the Covenant, what was in the Holy of Holies? Isn't that the big reason why the veil was torn? No. Okay, let's explain this. The Ark of the Covenant, think of it, the Ark of the Covenant is this. It's a vehicle. It's a vehicle of sacred space. It's a portable temple. Okay? And there's an area of Holy of Holies between the wings of the cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant. And its purpose was to basically transport the Spirit of God, the Shekinah glory, from Mount Sinai ultimately to the temple. And once it's inside, the Ark of the Covenant is inside the Holy of Holies, inside the temple, the Shekinah glory, the Spirit of God, leaves from between the wings of the Ark of the Covenant and fills the temple. Okay? So the vehicle of the Ark of the Covenant it served its purpose. It served its end. It's done. You don't need it anymore. So when the Ark of the Covenant was taken away and ultimately destroyed, it wasn't necessary anymore for the Holy of Holies. Once the Holy of Holies is rebuilt, once the temple is rebuilt, the Shekinah glory, the Holy Spirit, resumes residence in the Holy of Holies, whether or not the Ark of the Covenant is actually there. So then, the big reason then that the Ark, the veil of the Holy of Holies was torn, was to basically be that symbol that the Shekinah glory, the Holy Spirit, is no longer confined to sacred space. It is now into the world. That division between sacred and profane has been broken down, so that God is free to intrude in any space in the world. God is taking back the world through the veil being torn. So the Ark of the Covenant isn't needed once it's done its job of moving the Spirit from Sinai to the Holy Mount. After that, its job is done. Its job is done at that point. It's used in a very small way in, say, at Yom Kippur, where the sprinkling of blood is supposed to hit the Ark of the Covenant, but it's not even necessary for that. So even for Yom Kippur, it's not even necessary for that anymore. So I hope that explains that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Will I get my money's worth in Egypt? I.e., will there be live Egyptian beatings? Well, we wouldn't recommend it. If you want to go bother the Egyptian secret police, I'm sure they can accommodate you with a beating. They still do those kinds of beatings. We wouldn't recommend it, though. So, yeah, definitely would not recommend participating in a good Egyptian beating. So, but, you know, if you really want to torque off the Egyptian secret police, well, well, I remember when hearing the story about there was an Egyptologist who was accused of being a spy by the Egyptian secret police, an Israeli spy. Okay? And Stephen Snape went to the headquarters of the secret police and tried to vouch for his friend to get him out. And his friend was British, yeah. Now, it turns out his friend was an Israeli spy.
Did Snape know that?
No, Snape didn't know that.
Oh my word.
He was an Israeli spy. And everyone is thinking Snape is nuts for doing this. He was a good friend, but he didn't know. But
they told him this was not his problem.
Did he get beaten though? No, he did not get beaten. Everyone was so surprised he didn't get beaten. Now, this was a very young and a very naive Stephen Snape, and they just kind of go, this is none of your concern. You better go. Okay, just leave. Okay.
Easy. You use my own archaeology against me, Father?
BC says, "You dare use your own archaeology against me, Potter?" When I was at Liverpool, this was funny. This was really. I had a professor whose last name was S. Snape. Okay. But I also had a classmate whose name was Potter. It's absolutely true. Now, his first name wasn't Harry, but his last name was Potter. So I went to school with a Potter and had a professor whose name was Snape.
Was he a wizard? No.
Was he a wizard?
Egyptologist.
He was a professor of the dark arts. And he played it up sometimes.
Dr. Falk confirmed it.
Dosman, Dr. Falk confirmed to be from Hogwarts. Jamie Russell's, what is this magic? Well, he did a brochure once for the museum, the Garstang Museum, where he did a promotional brochure that Professor Snape and the Magic Best Pot. Because they got this best pot at the Garstang Museum. It looks creepy too. I mean, it's an eerie thing. It's this big amphora type pot with a face of Bess on the side of it. It was just like really woo, woo. Yeah. You're a meme, Harry. Dossman goes, but he didn't want to be a wizard, but an Egyptologist. Took the train to get there, I suppose. There was a train there. But I went there by car. The M5, I think. Yeah. Did not like the trains there. The train system in England's not great. Okay. Okay, 18 Ministers for 199. What is a terebinth in Genesis 13:18? Okay, let's talk about this. Last week, I did not know what you meant by terebinth. And now I know why I didn't know what you meant by terebinth. Because it's not something you find in the Hebrew. It's a translation of another term. All right. And here is where we find it. Okay? Verse 18. Then Abram moved his tent and came to dwell by the oaks of Mamre, which are in Hebron, and there he built an altar to the Lord. Now, oaks here is sometimes translated as, in older English, as terebinth. What a terebinth is, it's an old English term for a sacred grove of trees. In Hebrew, it is elon, okay? And that's a sacred grove. So, a very, say, a more literal translation might call this a sacred grove. It's commonly called the oaks. because but it's a reference to a sacred grove of trees. Okay, which, as I said, in older English is called terebinth. Today, you very rarely find this term. So you don't even find this term in a lot of biblical literature either. Okay? But that's what it is. It's a sacred grove. A grove of trees a natural grove of trees where sacred rituals are performed. Oh no, it's not the Hebrew. No, definitely not in the Hebrew. Yeah, Warrior of the Most High says, I thought terebinth is Hebrew. No, it's not. It is actually, Elon is the word for it. I can pull up the Hebrew here, but, let's see here. I can show you the word here. All right. And there's the word. Okay, there's the word in Hebrew. Okay, so it is Be Eloni. Okay, sacred, basically the sacred grove. But I actually had to look this one up in a commentary. Okay, I had to actually look this one up in a commentary because I went to the Hebrew text and I couldn't find terebinth in it. Okay. Yeah, it's Aleph, Lamed, Nun, and Yod. So it's not a Hebrew word. It's not a Hebrew word. It's a translation. So but as I say, more modern translations will call it a sacred grove or oaks of Mamre. Those are what more modern translations will call it. I don't know. Does the King James call it a terebinth? Let's see what the KJV says on this. It just calls it the plain of Mamre. Yeah, it just calls it the plain. See, anybody else here? Let's see, what else would be an older translation that might call it a terebinth? And let's see what Tyndale's. Tyndale just has the New Testament. I don't have an Old Testament for Tyndale. What does Young's call it? Calls it oaks. Okay. So Young's will call it oaks. Amplified? We have the amplified? No, don't have the amplified. This is Dewey Reams. Dewey Reams calls it the veil. I'm jealous. My wife found a Snickers in her drawer. Now I'm jealous. Yeah, so it seems to be an older translation of this, but hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat, very much appreciated. But it's a translation of the term Elon. So okay, 18 Mistress for 199. Midian is from Abraham, Genesis 25:2. Okay, let's talk about that. Genesis 25, verse 2 here. I'll start verse 1. And Abraham took another wife whose name was Keturah, and she bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, and Midian, Ishbak, Shuha, and Jokshan became the father of Sheba and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Asherim, Letushim, and Lemum. Alrighty. Now, in one respect, we have to talk about this. Okay, let's bring up the whole issue of ethnography. Okay. This is ethnography. When you don't know sometimes who the exact names are of certain children, and you believe that they're the ancestors of particular regions, sometimes the Israelites would name those children after the region. Okay? This is called an ethnographic designation. Okay? In the case of Sheba and Dedan, those are regions in the Arabian Peninsula. Saba is very famous. Okay? But Midian is also. So there's an ethnographic designation happening here. And as sons of Ishmael and Keturah, these would have been tribal groups that would have been inhabiting Midian. Okay? So this here is what we, as I would say, what we would call ethnography, not necessarily genealogy. Okay? So that's something, so this is, again, not actual relations, it's designations. So whether or not Jokshan was the real father of a person named Sheba or Dedan is highly disputable. But it does seem to be ethnography, just like the Table of Nations. This is just like the Table of Nations in that respect. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So Abraham is in a respect the father of the Midianites, because they're Ishmaelites and they're Keturaites, but the exact breakdown of that is going to end up being an ethnographic designation, not necessarily a genealogical designation. All right? Okay. Next super chat here is from 18 Ministers for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Did you write today? Not just you, everyone. Yes, I wrote today. I did write today. I also programmed today. Okay, so I did both today. We are trying to get our first novel ready for press. So, we on this channel are strong believers in not just getting people in the Bible, but engaging the culture. And how we engage the culture is through the arts. Did you write today? Did you paint a painting today? Did you compose some music today? Did you write a sonnet or a poem today? Did you create a nice piece of jewelry that extols the virtues of Christianity? Engage the culture through the arts. So we're strong believers in this. This is why we encourage people to express themselves creatively. Engage the arts. Jonathan Walker, I wrote notes from the live stream so far. Does that count? Well, it's a good thing. I don't think it counts towards engaging the culture. But, because here's the thing. I like to say that oh, cool.
That counts.
Dossman says, I 3D printed some cross bookmarks. Hopefully that counts. Yeah, that counts. Yeah. Here's the thing. People can learn some theology through stuff like this channel, through reading textbooks on theology and reading their Bible, but they get their morality from their entertainment and from their home life. More people pick up morality through the culture than through theology, philosophy, and the Bible. Yeah, this is just how humans are wired. We are wired to learn through story. We pick up our morality through story. We pick up our ethics through story. So it's really, really important for us to never stop engaging the culture. And I'm not talking in the terms of, say, that stupid 1980s culture war stuff. No. I don't participate in the culture war. It's stupid. Okay? Engage the culture itself. Participate in the culture. Okay?
Put out such good products. That
Don't gripe about the culture. Griping about the culture does nothing. Put out your own materials that will stand as an alternative to the culture. You know, I mean, I look at, say, the publishing industry right now, and it's awful. It's really woke. I mean, it's terrible. It's lost its way. Create good stories. Write great novels. You know, people may not like your ethics, but boy, they will read your stuff if it's good. If it's an entertaining story, it's a good story, they'll read that. They'll find that provocative and interesting. Dossman, anyone can complain. Yeah. Yeah, anyone can complain. It takes it's a higher level engagement to create your own materials, your own stories that can then enter into the marketplace and compete. So, yeah, I think it's really essential that Christians start picking up the pen, figuratively, of course, but start writing, start creating works of art. If you doodle, create a coloring book. You know, there's lots of things you can do here to engage the culture. You know, but do it well. Do it with art. You know, be artful in it. Be creative. Be original. Don't steal other people's work. You know, just show the value of the Christian faith through good art. And don't be preachy. Just don't be preachy, please. Nobody likes preachy. Even Christians don't like preachy. You know, we like good stories. This is one of the things I think is so detrimental about a lot of what's going on in our culture right now is nobody's reading anymore. That's not really true. There are people that are reading. There are people out there that crave good stories. They want good stories, but it's not available, so they stop reading. Get them reading again. Write a good novel. And if you can't get it published traditionally, self-publish. There's a ton of good self-publishing outlets out there now. A lot of them. Ingram Spark. You could go Amazon KDP. There's other ones too. I think Hulu's one as well. There's a lot of them now. It's not the same industry it was even 10 years ago. You know, if you were self-publishing in 2014, you were in the woods. You know, you might as well have not published at all. Today, no longer true. Okay? So, definitely start writing. Start publishing. You got a book of poetry? Self-publish that. You got a novel? Publish that. You know, you might want to get some feedback on it before you do. That's always advisable to have a writing buddy that will read your stuff and comment on it. That's great. It's fantastic. If you're into paintings, do local art shows. You know, there's a whole lot of venues out there where you can show your art. You can you can publish your work. You know, there's a lot out there that you can do now. Jamie Russell. I was going to be the greatest writer that ever lived, but I didn't feel like studying and got a C in college writing. So what? Look, college writers are some of the worst. I mean, look, when I was in college, my writing stunk. It was awful. Okay? It was terrible. I mean, I was a terrible writer in college. I wrote a lot, and it all was bad. It was oh, so bad. Okay? But 30 years later, you know, your writing improves. You keep writing, and I'll tell you what, 40 years of writing can turn bad writing into good writing. Because you get all the bad out of your system. With that said, before you publish, get an unbiased person to read it. See if it's worth publishing. And if you have an honest person who will give you unvarnished feedback, they will tell you either it's worth publishing, or they'll tell you, nah, I'd hold off on this one. Okay? But if it's worth reading, definitely publish it. Okay? But don't let a bad grade in school stop you from writing. Even if you didn't study. Okay? There's a lot of reasons students don't study. Okay? Sometimes they're not interested. Because frankly, college writing is a pretty boring course. Sometimes they're distracted by other things, like financial concerns. There's a lot of reasons why students don't pay attention. Sometimes it's just that they don't have the maturity to focus. You know, so that's not a good reason not to write. And know this. You don't have to be the greatest writer ever. You just have to be better than somebody else on the shelf. That's all it takes. Okay? If you're better than somebody else on the shelf, you can do pretty good. Slamrn says, and that means writing outside of chat rooms. Yeah, chat rooms aren't writing. No, we're talking about writing as an art. Okay, if you write nonfiction, sure, that can suffice. But writing to engage the culture, and most of that's going to be in the arts. So we're talking about writing here as an art. Chat rooms is not an art. It's quite the opposite. Okay. All right. All right, so let's go on to the next one here. So yes, I did write today, and you should too. All right, next one here. Let's go on. The next one here is from Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Was Sarah, who was a Hittite, Ezekiel 6:13, Abraham's sister, Genesis 20:12, of his father by custom of being married under his father's house, since only Milcah is the daughter of Haran. Genesis 11:29. Okay. No. This is a complicated question. And the reason why this is complicated, it's probably going to be a simple answer, but it's a complicated answer to address all the components of it. Okay? Now, the whole idea that Sarah was a Hittite seems to be more of geography than actual descendancy. Like in Ezekiel here, Ezekiel 16, chapter 3. Thus says the Lord God to Jerusalem, your origin and your birth are from the land of the Canaanite. Your father was an Amorite, and your mother was a Hittite. Now, absolutely true, Abraham was an Amorite. Absolutely true. But Abraham's relatives, they settled in the land of Haran. And for a long time, Haran was occupied by the Hittites. Okay? So what's going to go on there is it's either a reference to not necessarily Sarah being a Hittite, but maybe one of her other relatives being married in. Like, we don't know who Sarah's mother was. Maybe Sarah's mother was a Hittite. It's possible. There does seem to have been the potentiality here that some of the clan of Terah interbred with the Hittites that were living in Haran. Okay? So, but this is poetic language. It's taking a truth and it's giving it to you in a compressed language kind of way. It's not saying that Sarah was necessarily a Hittite, because she was of the descendancy of Terah. So she's got Amorite blood too. So it's more likely that's what's going on, is that there was some intermarriage between, say, Terah's clan and some of the local Hittite women. Mechanique says more or less than 10% chance that Abraham himself spoke Hittite. Probably, it's hard to say. He might have spoken a little Hittite. That's possible. He was there in Haran long enough that he could have picked up a bit of Hittite. Possible. You live in a place long enough and you'll pick up some of the local language. Los Baños. Taco por favor. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, my Spanish is terrible. But when I lived in San Jose for 8 years, I picked up a little bit of Spanish vocabulary. Galos, chicken, rooster, I guess. But yeah, just because you're seeing it on signs and marketing and Los Gatos, the cats.
Very fancy, ritzy. Oh,
yeah. Yeah. So, there was, I picked up a little bit of Spanish when I was living in San Jose. As an Americanized Hispanic, my way of speaking Spanish is no speako el Spanisho. Habla español, pero es no bueno. Bueno.
Exactly.
Spanglish, yeah. But this is how languages become. This is what happens, is Spanglish is a Creole. It's a Creole. And a Creole is when you have basically a hybrid language that forms out of two languages. You have, like, in Louisiana, the Creole, which you have kind of a combination of French and Spanish and English to produce this sort of third language. Okay, so let's get back to the question here. Slammer and margarita. Oh yeah. No, that's Spanish. Burrito. Churro. Okay, so let's get back to the question here. So, Was Sarah, who was a Hittite, which she was partially part Hittite, maybe. Abraham's sister. Yeah. Sister here is very loose language. Okay. One of the problems with Hebrew relations is it follows the Inuit system, not the Polynesian system. Now, when we talk about vocabulary, is basically when you've got linguists will sometimes talk about, say, related words, and they generally broadly classify them as either Inuit or Polynesian. Okay, in the Polynesian system, every single relation has its own vocabulary. So your father's brother's second cousin has its own specific word for that person. Latin has a Polynesian system of relations. The Inuit system is very, very stripped down. So your sister is your sister. Your mother's sister is your sister. Your mother's sister's daughter is your sister. So when you've got that Inuit system of relations, things are very vague. Hebrew's like that. Hebrew as a language is closer to the Inuit system than the Polynesian system. So an Abraham's sister could be an aunt. It could be the niece. It could be the daughter of a niece. So Abraham's sister here is not precise. This is not precise language. It's not meant to be. Okay? So when we look at, say, Genesis 11:29, then. So Genesis 11:29. Genesis 11:29, where it talks about and Abraham took wives for themselves. The name of Abraham's wife was Sarai. The name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran. And the father of Milcah was the father of Milcah and Iscah. Okay, so we're not exactly told the relationship here. Okay, presumably Sarah was a relation related to Nahor. Okay, but Haran was deceased at this point. By the time they arrived at Haran, Haran was not alive anymore. Okay, so Nahor had picked up wives from basically the children of his dead brother. Okay, but we don't know exactly where Sarah fits into the relationship here. We're just not told. Okay, so
But it doesn't mean literally.
So it doesn't here mean literal sister, as we would. It means a blood relation that could be potentially very distant. Okay, and this is just normal for the usage of this in Hebrew. So I hope that helped. There was still the custom of being married under their father's house. That was probably still a thing that was happening because he did marry her in Haran. But in all likelihood, may not have been a relation to Terah's son Haran. It's possible though, It's more likely though that it's a descendant of Nahor. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. SDRC says, sounds like my friends from Russia with an inexhaustible supply of sisters. Yeah. Emily Tedesco says, Australian Aboriginal is similar. Goes even further. All respected elders are known as uncle. All women elders are known as auntie. Yeah, it's very much like that. Yeah. Yeah, you would have been related at some point. Yeah. It's an auntie, it's an uncle. Yeah. It's a fun system. I'll definitely give you that. Okay, Jack Ray. Want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel another 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. It's been so much help. Thank you so very much. Especially as our keyboard breaks. All right, Jack Ray for $5. He quotes, he's sponsoring a question from Louis Sandoval. Okay, fantastic. What is the typical dress or clothes of a Bronze Age and Iron Age Israelite? We have a couple of examples of what's sometimes called unspecified Semites that date to the time of Merneptah that are found on certain ivory inlays and some reliefs. Okay? They're not Shasu. We can tell. Not Shasu. They're dressed differently. Now, they are typically dressed in a long tunic that's attached at the shoulders, and it goes down to pretty much their ankles. They wear sandals, they have a belt, and they often have a headband. Not a full head cloth, but just a band that went around their head. Okay? So, Benny Hassan again. Yay! Many colored tunics. Yeah. Absolutely. Those varicolored tunics are everywhere in Semitic culture. Okay? And they're wearing them. The retinue of Syria wearing them. A lot of people wore those multicolored tunics. Okay? So, BC. They may have been Israelites, but not those Israelites. Oh boy. The Bowen argument. Yeah. The Merneptah Stela. Yeah, it mentions Israelites, but it's not those Israelites. Yeah, that was the Israelites of 100 years before the Israelites of the Iron Age. So they can't be the same. That was a very special argument. I'll never forget that argument. Yeah, just one of the hundreds of Israelites, but not the same Israelites. Wow. Yeah, talk about stupid arguments. Ancient History Gamer. I got that before in debates on the Steel. I laugh out loud. Acid Weir. Who made that argument? Mr. Bowtie. Josh Bowen. Yeah, it's crazy. Just a stupid argument, but, you know, there it is. Mascus Shy asks, I'm a bit confused. Were the Israelites enslaved during the Iron Age? No, they weren't enslaved during the Iron Age. Or was it later? It was earlier. Earlier. The Israelites were enslaved during the Bronze Age. Essentially between the Middle Bronze Age and the Late Bronze 2B. Okay? So, that's when they were enslaved in Egypt. We have the record of them being enslaved during the conquest of Varus in the biography of Agmosus, son of Abana. When Varus is conquered, they take slaves to the local population. Okay? So, we know exactly when we know the record when they were enslaved. So that much we know. So again, Egyptian biography can be very, very helpful for these things. Okay. So Jack, loose Sandoval, that's what they wore. Tunic, varicolored tunic, belt, sandals, and a headband. Thank you very much for the super chat. Yanan Dixonoramus. Sorry if I butchered that. Do we know where they were before slavery in Egypt? Before slavery in Egypt, they were sojourners in the Levant. Okay, so they were in the Levant until the 17th century, when you had the famines of the late Middle Bronze Age, and then they moved to like a lot of Semitic peoples, a lot of Semitic people and Libyans entered the Nile Delta. At that time, you had two waves of immigration into the Nile Delta. You had the first wave that happened during the 11th dynasty, and then you had a second wave that entered during the 15th dynasty. So the slavery took place at the end of the 15th dynasty, when Ahmose the first conquered Avaris. Okay. So they were all over. They had settled in various places before the slavery inside the Nile Delta. They were in the Wadi Tumilat. They were in the land of Goshen, which is that area of land between Avaris and Paramses. They, of course, congregated in the city of Avaris itself. So, hope that helps. Haystack, can we get a reference in the chat for slavery in Egypt? Okay, yeah, you want to look it up in this document, which is biography of Ahmose. Now, it's sometimes spelt with an A, sometimes it's pronounced spelt with an I. I'll just spell it with the I, because you'll sometimes see it in print more often with an I. But it's also Ahmose. Ahmose, son of Hibana. Okay, there you go. That's what you want to look up. Joseph was a 14th dynasty treasurer. They were corvélaver to the 15th dynasty. And no, he wasn't a 14th dynasty treasurer. The reason why is because the introduction of the chariot doesn't take place until around 1666. It really does come with the 15th dynasty. We don't find any evidence of chariotry prior to the 15th dynasty. Now, there were Semites in the Nile Delta during the 14th dynasty, okay? But they seemed to be nomadic warlords. They didn't have chariots. They were just, say, wandering troublemakers, okay? So there was no unity amongst the 14th dynasty. That's one of the sort of the how do I say this? Misunderstandings, the myths about the 14th dynasty was that it was a unified dynasty. It wasn't. It was just wild. It was the Wild West. I mean, it literally was wandering Semitic warlords, wandering the Nile Delta. That's the 14th dynasty. So there was no cohesion, no political cohesion. It was just the Delta had become sort of a no man's land. And it was really the 15th dynasty that brought unity and order to the Delta. Okay. So, let's move on here. Juan asks a member question here. And he asks, did the Jews take Canaanite beliefs of the divine council of deities from El and convert them into angels. Ugaritic texts seem to have influenced Judaism. Ugaritic texts. Okay. There's a couple issues here. Let's break this down. Ugaritic texts seem to share common Canaanite myths. Okay? There's definitely commonality in the Canaanite myths of Ugarit with the rest of Canaan. Okay? That much is true. The text of Ugarit, however, did not seem to influence Judaism. And we want to make a very careful and cautious distinction there. Ugarit is really far up the coast of the Mediterranean. Really far north. Too far north to be of influence to the Israelites. Okay? So, there's no way that they up in Ugarit are influencing the Israelites. Okay? But with that said, those common myths that the people at Ugarit had with rest of Canaan, some of them would have been of an influence with Israelite culture. That much, yeah, we can take to the bank. Now, with that said, the question here, did Jews take the Canaanite belief of the divine council of deities from El and convert them into angels? That's a lot more difficult proposition to actually sort of determine. Okay? The fact is that the divine council, while basically there seems to have been a divine council among Canaanite deities, there doesn't seem to have been the same, like, you don't seem to see this creeping into Jewish, say, writings until the Iron Age. Okay? So, the Bronze Age literature seems to not so much have that divine council where you have one god basically ordering other gods around. That doesn't seem to be so much a thing outside of say that Canaanite sort of myth. So you do see this though later on in Iron Age stuff. Oh, absolutely, no doubt about it. Bronze Age is much more disputable. And yeah, Skibidi Tua says, with the exception of ancient Uistic poetry like Exodus 15, isn't almost all Hebrew literature dated to the Iron Age? I think that's a disputable point. There's a lot of biblical scholars that will date it to the Iron Age. I don't think that that's necessarily a solid proposition. Okay? I take a supplementary hypothesis approach to this. So for me, say most of the Pentateuch will date, at least in its core documents, to the Bronze Age. In which case, what you have with, say, the Pentateuch is Iron Age updatings to, say, Bronze Age literature. So, I don't take, say, a lot of the, say, more documentary hypothesis positions on this. Again, as a firmly in the camp of the supplementary hypothesis, I have no problem with sources for the Pentateuch being Bronze Age. I think, in fact, I think you'd have difficulty. You'd have some real difficulties if it's Iron Age. Like, for example, the toponym lists. Those toponym lists aren't extant anymore in the Iron Age. So you're going to have some really difficult time justifying, say some of the toponym lists in the Pentateuch with an Iron Age rubric. It's just going to be really difficult to justify. So, so I think there's a core documents here that are Bronze Age, but some of them do undergo Iron Age updating as well. All right. Okay. So next one here. Go on the next super chat. Unfortunately, we don't have as many super chats tonight as we did on last week. Woo. We had 84 last week. How did that happen? This week we have 34. All right. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. The question is, if the water receded by wind in Noah's flood, would that mean that not every inch of the earth was covered? Water can't recede if it's everywhere, and I would agree with that. Water can't recede if it's everywhere. Now, there's a lot of debate here as to what is the extent of Noah's flood. Some people believe in a global flood. Some people believe in a local flood. The term covered all the earth is not that helpful because a lot of that terminology tends to be hyperbolic. Like, you do see that being used, like in the Plague of David. The Plague of David struck all the earth. Well, no. No, it didn't. Okay, all of his holdings maybe, but not the whole Bible. Okay, so yeah, earth can mean land as well. So all the land, absolutely. So, but I think the whole question of whether it's a global flood or a local flood, it does seem to be sort of beside the point. It's really the whole issue of Noah's flood seems to be God performing a water ritual on a sacred box that holds animals that are being sacrificed for his purpose. Animals and humans that are being sacrificed for his purpose. Okay? So, that's the real intention of the passage. So, now, I know there are creationists that are going to say, well, look, the mountains rose up, the land rose up, that allowed the water to receive. Okay, I know there are creationists out there that'll say that. Okay, so, and they have some textual support for that. But at the same time, too, other interpretations for that exist as well. So it's going to come down to, well, what are your leanings towards this one way or the other? So my thoughts here are that it's best not to try to do a concordant translation of the text. Don't try to make this compatible with science. It's not speaking on that level. It's not speaking on that level. Okay? So I'm going to be very, circumspect about this. And I don't take a affirmative position whether it's a global flood or a local flood. It doesn't really matter to me one way or the other. Okay. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Anything new coming up for the Exodus playlist? Yes. Yes. We have a video coming out in, I think, 2 weeks that's going to be added to the Exodus playlist. Funny you should ask. I'm not going to say what it is yet. Okay? But there is an addition coming to the Exodus playlist very soon. Very soon. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yes, there is one adding soon. Jonathan Walker, ancient Egypt of the Bible. Well, of course not. Okay, next member question here is from DWC. Thank you for the member question. So, if a father gets into a bad habit like lust or even committing theft, could the son also possibly follow after? Like it's a hereditary thing. It's not a hereditary thing. They've pretty much ruled that out now.
But it is the culture.
Yeah.
Habit.
I have a very good friend who is a professor of psychology. And you know, he was telling me about some of the debates in psychology over the experiments that were going on in, say, hereditary or environment. Okay? Nature versus nurture. And he told me something very interesting. I hadn't heard about this. Was that somebody did a review of the experiments, of the literature on this. And they found fatal flaws with all that literature. So it just sort of set the community back. It's like, okay, hereditary is not nearly as responsible as people thought. And neither is environment. All of that literature was basically picked up and put into the trash can because it was flawed. It had a fatal flaw. Okay? I don't know the details of it, but that's what he told me. Okay? Now, it's not a genetic thing. We pretty much know this, that it's not a genetic thing. There have been children adopted from, say, bad situations that have been part of loving homes that have grown up to be exemplary members of society. Okay? It does seem that there's an influence involved, though. Okay? So there does seem to be more of an environmental factor here. So again,
a lot of it is not.
Yeah, sometimes it's who you hang around with. Sometimes it is the parents, though. Okay? We don't know who. Sometimes it's the fact that parents aren't disciplining their children. They're letting their kids do anything. That happens too. You know, where it's not that the father is doing bad stuff, but that the father isn't, you know, disciplining or making constant excuses for their children. You know, yeah. You know, I saw court TV. You know, basically there's a judge in Texas that records his cases, and you know, the father, you know, has a good job, seems like a upright member of society, but his 17-year-old son has been allowed to get away with murder and has 5 open cases. 5 open cases. He's still going to high school. And he's got 5 crimes against him. Okay? So, and the father won't discipline. The father won't do anything. He'll just, like, make excuses for his son before the judge. Of course, the judge wasn't buying it.
Father doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, as my producer said, if the father doesn't, the court will. You know? But it'd be a lot better if the father did the disciplining. Yeah, SDRC, I have a teacher friend who says the kids blackmail their parents. Yeah, they do. And the parents roll over. Yeah, I don't know why either. Yeah.
That's why too many people live in cities and suburbs. No horse stalls to shovel.
My producer says there's not enough horse stalls for kids to shovel in the city. Yeah. Okay. All right. The next one here is from Francis Dobbs, who asks the member question: what qualities of pre-Christian Egyptian society made Egypt amenable to Christianity spreading there? Okay. Two things. Two things made it amenable. There were changes in Egyptian religion in the late period. Okay, now this is after the Ramesside period. This is after the first Assyrian period. This is a time when, say, Egypt started like in the dynasties 30 and 30, where Egypt still had sort of semi-autonomous control. Okay, but there were changes to Egyptian religion where it was starting to be seen that people could have personal sin. Now, before the late period, Egyptians weren't seen to... Evil wasn't personalized. Yes, you could dispel any evil with a spell. In the late period, it was seen that spells didn't work anymore. The magic failed. So, in the late period, it was believed that you could suffer consequences and punishment in the afterlife for wrongdoing you did on Earth. That was a radical departure from, say, Ramesside period religion, where, yeah, you got to the afterlife, you say your 40 negative confessions, that was a spell to exonerate you from all your bad doing, and you get to be a farmer in the fields of Osiris for the rest of your eternal existence. Okay. But in the late period, it was thought, okay, there was a hell of fire. There was a hell of fire if you acted up in this life. There was a hell of drowning. Okay? Where basically, if you acted up in this life, you could be submerged with your head underwater for eternity. There was a hell of snakes, where you could be dropped into a pit of snakes for eternity. I would presume they keep biting you. I guess that's the hell part. Not just that you had, like, serpents around you.
Yeah, some people really like snakes.
Some people really like snakes. I don't think it was that kind of a situation. Okay. There was a hell of needles. Okay. So, in the late period, there was various types of hell tailored to the crimes you committed and sins you committed in this life. Okay? So, that was a big, big change. Mask is shy. There could be a hell of bunnies. Could be. Except they would only cuddle you. I mean, they would be cuddle you to death. Okay. So that was the first thing, is you had this change in religion. General religion in Egypt, where personal sin could now be attributed. Okay? And as a result of personal sin being attributed, there's a personal afterlife and punishment that could result. So that happens in the late period. Then, the second development is, say, the introduction of Hellenistic thought. That's the second thing. Okay? And Hellenistic thought started to really sort of amplify on these concepts. Okay? Johann Snyman, currently listening to Dr. Falk while filling in a new D&D character sheet. I love these Saturday mornings. Hey, be sure to get your sheet into the the Discord to reserve your spot for our game. DWC. Well, they could be allergic to fur. Bunnies are hypoallergenic because they don't produce dander. So people are generally not allergic to the fur; they're allergic to the dander. Okay, so 90% of people who are allergic to pet fur aren't allergic to the fur; they're allergic to the dander. So unless you have a bunny that has, say, for example, fur mites, you're generally most bunnies are hyperallergenic pets, unless you are allergic to the hay. But Egypt had a hell of snakes, so not the same. Okay, so that's really what sort of set the stage. It was really that change in the late Egyptian period that really is what set the stage for Egypt to rapidly accept Christianity. And then you had the Hellenization of Egypt that sort of made the New Testament approachable. Okay? So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker, snakes, scorpions, and needles. Oh my. Yep. Yep, that's the new late Egyptian hell for you. All right, next one here is from Genesis 1:1 for looks like for 400 rupee. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, "Hello, Dr. Falk. Hello, Genesis 1:1. I am in a desperate situation. I need a suggestion biblically. Is it right to marry my second cousin biblically, or should I avoid it?" Well, I don't think there's a biblical admonition to marrying your second cousin. At least I don't believe there is. It's just not a very good idea. It's not a good idea, man. It's really not a good idea. Find someone else. The genetic consequences of this is not good. Really not good. Marrying second cousins can lead to genetic disorders. Okay? So, just on the medical science basis, this is not a good idea. It's a terrible idea. I'm sure there's a lot of people that beg to differ on this, but it's not a... Yeah. Yeah. Biologically, you should not do it. Terrible effects. Ooh. Ooh. Second cousins are still genetically close enough that it can cause problems. Yeah. Yeah. Habsburgs. Yeah. That's what you got with the Habsburgs. Yeah. Oh, okay. What even is a second cousin? I'm going to put up a graphic here. Just take me a moment to find it here. I do have this. Let's see if I can find this quickly. If I can find this quickly. Let's see here. A quick search here. And I will put up what a second cousin is. It'll just take me a moment. I have an illustration that does this beautifully. Okay, just beautifully. If I can find it. Maybe I got it in another directory here just to make sure here. Sort of. It's complicated, yeah. Of course, it's not finding it. That's not helpful. I didn't find it here. Man, I have a graphic that'll show all these relationships. There it is. Found it. Okay. Just give me a moment here to pull it up. Okay. Cousin explainer. All right, I got this little graphic here with it's just a cousin explainer. Okay, properties. Okay, and just a second here, and then we'll get back to this. And it is in research. Cousin explainer. There we go. All right. This up. All right, cousin explainer. Here we go. There's the cousin explainer. All right. Okay. There's you. Okay. There's your first cousin. Okay, so the daughter of your... So I'm not sure which second cousin this is, because there's a bunch of them. Okay? Your great-grandparents had... So basically, it is the second cousin is the grandchildren of your great aunt or uncle. Okay? Okay, so... So that's your second cousin. Now, there's a second cousin twice removed, once removed, twice removed, etc. There's also second cousin once removed on, say, great uncles from your great-great-grandparents too. So there's a variety of second cousins here. So, yeah, at least it's not first cousins. It's still not great. It's still not a good idea. Just because there is that grandparent link. Okay? Third cousins, you're probably far enough away to be safe. There's no question genetically that first cousins marrying is bad. Second cousins, not great.
Strangers is best.
For complete strangers is best. Okay. Okay. Third cousins, you're probably safe. Still, it's one of those things where the more genetic variation you have, the better off you will be genetically.
You have a dog and you have a mutt.
Okay.
Just a mixed breed. They're healthy.
I will actually take this question here from Heather. And she says, okay, what about Egyptian royals having multiple brother-sister marriages? Apparently they made children with no issues. Oh, no, there was issues. There was serious issues. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, howdy was there issues. It didn't happen very often, all right? But it did happen, okay? Tutankhamun is the big example here. He married his half-sister, Ugsenamun, okay? And they were never able to produce a live birth, okay? They had 2 children, both of which were stillborn, okay? It was awful, okay? It was awful. Tutankhamun himself was probably the product of a second cousin marriage, okay? So, yeah, it wasn't, it looks like that, Tutankhamun's father was Akhenaten, and his mother, which was called, which is, designated, I believe it's the Unknown Lady, her genetics seems to stand back to Amenhotep III, okay? So that's a case of a second cousin marriage. So, yeah, there was, yeah, it was bad. Really, really bad. The Ptolemies also often had brother-sister consanguineous marriages, and oh, oh boy, some of those Ptolemies, yeah, did suffer from the problems of inbreeding. Okay, there was one of those Ptolemies that was a complete idiot, complete idiot. I believe it was Ptolemy the 13th. Um, yeah, just it was awful. So yeah, they intermarried. They had consanguineous marriages sometimes. And it seems to be only amongst royalty. This seems to be something that only happened amongst royalty. Um, and the confusion here is that the they would use the term brother and sister as a term of endearment when it not a say to indicate consanguineous marriage. So Ernst Cherney did an examination of 400 Egyptian marriages and found that only 2 of them were consanguineous, and Tut was one of them. So yeah, it was very rare even amongst Egyptians for this to happen. But when it did happen, oh, it was bad. Really bad results. Okay, so I hope that helped. I would definitely, to Genesis 1:1, I would definitely find a way out of that marriage. Out of that. Because that's not a good place. All right. Okay, next one here is from Michael Watts for 1999. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. Where do mummies go swimming? The Dead Sea. Ooh. Ooh. Bad pun. Bad pun. Biggest groaner of the night. Oh. Well, I wouldn't go swimming very long. Groaner pun, but well received. Yeah, when mummies get wet, the flesh dissolves, so it's not a long-lasting thing. Okay. We have a new member here, Taco Tuesday, who's become a paid YouTube member. Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate that. Yeah, mummies go to goo when they get wet. Ew. Okay, next one here is from Voltaeus Catellus. Catellus for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Edgar Cayce's nonsense about Erarart and Rata, about ancient Egyptian electricity? Oh, anything Cayce said was nonsense. Nonsense. There was nothing that Cayce said about Egypt that was remotely correct. For those of you who don't know, Edward Cayce was a spiritist. He basically channeled spirits to get revelations. Okay? And they were almost always wrong. He was very popular in, I believe, the 19th century. He thought that there was a set of tunnels in and under the Sphinx. Oh boy. This is what inspired V. Ray to dynamite the back of the Sphinx's head. That's where there's that big groove in the back, and then a hole drilled in the back is because V. Ray believed Cayce. DWC never anything trustworthy from channeling spirits as demons lie, and you can never trust demons. Oh yeah. I saw a short from IP recently. Where he was he was doing a review of a TikTok video by a spiritist who basically said that, well, the demons can't lie to you, and the demons said that the true religion is Islam. Like,
Demons.
it's like, you're kidding me, right? Yeah, if when you got the demons recommending Islam, um, uh, oh boy. Emily Tedesco. Oh yeah, that was just hilarious. Yeah, it was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. BC. IP can't be trusted, Dr. Folk. Jonathan Walker. Spiritists who made the demons say Islam was true. Skibidi, too dumb to realize what a cell phone that is. Yeah. BC, demons can't lie. Source, demons. Pretty much. Pretty much. Bible exegete. So what recommends your religion? Demons. Yeah. Not the great recommendation here. Dossman, a demon? Lie? No way. Yeah, it's like totally. Yeah, what would you think coming out of a demon's mouth? Jonathan Walker, demon. Nah, I mean, it's a possibility. You know, things happen. Hades reference to Hercules. Seneca Nero, was it really demons or hallucinations from all the drugs? I don't know. The guy said demons. Okay. Was it real or not? I don't know. But it was telling. That's all I'll say. Okay, let's get back to this. Yeah, anything from Edgar Cayce is total BS. Totally BS. And that's all we need to say about that. Okay, Robert Laird for 99. Thank you for the super chat. I recently heard a presentation by Dr. Jody Magnus on Jerusalem in the time of Jesus. Her bios sound great, and it was an informative talk, but I wanted to see if you had heard of her before. No, I haven't. I haven't heard of her. So I don't know anything about her. I don't know what she said. I don't know what her specialty is. So it's a new name for me. But there's a lot of people. There's a lot of biblical scholars out there. Okay. This is one of the things I think we need to understand about, say, biblical scholarship, say, versus, say, Egyptology. Egyptology is a very small discipline. There's only about 250 Egyptologists out there running around. There's not very many of us. So you tend to, most of the time, recognize the names, because they keep coming up over and over and over again. Okay? That's not true of biblical studies. There's like, I don't know if it's in the high tens of thousands or the low six figures. There's a lot, I mean, a lot of biblical scholars out there across dozens of disciplines. Okay? So it's difficult to really keep track of everybody in biblical studies. Yeah, Seneca Nero. Bible is a popular book, and there's a lot of people studying it. Yeah, absolutely. So absolutely, there's a lot of people out there doing this, and you just can't keep track of everyone. It's impossible. I mean, SBL, I think, draws something like 100,000. That dirtbag organization draws in 100,000 people a year to their conference. So, yeah, it's a big conference. So, yeah, you can't keep track of everybody. Okay. Okay, Jonathan Snyman here for, I think it's 140. I think it's South African. I'm debating a Hebrew roots guy who says Christ didn't fulfill the whole law. Oh boy. Shoot me. Only part of the law with regards to the punishment that was due to Israel. It was the divorce letter against Israel that was nailed to the cross. No, it wasn't. These Hebrew roots guys are just Judaizers. That's all they are. Man, they are, how do I say it? They're deluded. They're deluded. They think that they can keep the law and keep it perfectly. That is absolutely bizarre. It's just crazy to think that, oh, Jesus couldn't fulfill the whole law, but they can? Are you kidding me? But this is what we've come down to with the Hebrew roots guys. The Hebrew roots guys think that the only way to salvation is to keep the law. Well, you say, okay, Jesus kept the law, so you didn't have to. And they said, well, no, he didn't keep the law. Well, then what makes you think you're gonna? It's a bizarre, backward way of thinking. It's crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous and crazy. And every time I deal with a Hebrew roots guy, I want to tear my hair out because you keep going around circles with these guys about how you cannot keep the law, how it's too difficult, too high, that the law only brings death, per Paul and Romans. And these guys go, oh, we can keep the law. It only takes effort. You mean Jesus never tried to keep the law? It gets so irrational with them. It gets so irrational with them. I would say this. Don't spend a lot of time debating these guys. They're legalists. They're Judaizers. They don't know their Bible. They don't care to know the Bible. They're on this sort of superiority trip where they think they can keep the law where Jesus can't. They're time wasters. It's kind of a religious elitism. Yeah. They're time wasters. You can do better things with your time than arguing with these guys. And most of them cannot be convinced. Because the roots of the Hebrew roots movement is pride. Okay. Yanana, sorry, I'm gonna butcher. I was just gonna call you Yanana. Sorry. What is a Judaizer? Okay. A Judaizer is someone who believes you have to keep every jot and tittle of the Mosaic Law to be saved. It's essentially you're no longer relying on Christ's grace to be saved, God's grace to be saved through the redeeming blood of Jesus Christ, but instead you are going back to the law and you're saying, I have to follow the 10 Commandments, the 613 ordinances to be saved. Okay, that's what a Judaizer is. Somebody who says, hey, you got to be circumcised, you got to eat kosher,
If you eat shrimp.
If you eat shrimp, you go to hell. If you eat a cheeseburger, you go to hell. If you wear mixed fabrics, mixed fibers like wool and cotton, you're going to hell. You know. Yeah, they're trying to buy their way into heaven. Jonathan Walker says, without grace, heaven is bought. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And also, not only is it bought, but then God owes you.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh, yeah.
take the terms of giving to heaven to God, not the other way around.
Yeah. Emily says, work-based righteousness. Yeah. And my producer just said, you know, it's like you're going up to God and saying, dictating terms to God. He says, you put it in the law. You owe me for keeping the law. Let me into heaven. It's just, you know, like, dealing with the Hebrew roots guys are really frustrating because they won't even recognize that they can't keep the law. They won't even consider it as a possibility. They're basically going, well, God gave the law, so if God gave the law, you can keep the law. So therefore, anyone can keep the law. Why Jesus couldn't keep the whole law? He didn't try hard enough. There's no room for grace in the Hebrew roots system. It's just, it's awful. So it's just, there's no unmerited favor in the Hebrew roots system. Just no unmerited favor. So, yeah, Jonathan Simons used examples like John the Baptist's parents who were apparently sinless before God, except the text doesn't say that. They said they were righteous, not sinless. It's just awful argumentation. It's awful argumentation, and it's a counterfeit gospel. It's a gospel that's going to lead people to hell. Because if you live by the law, you'll be judged by the law, and no one can stand up to that. Scott, yeah, okay. Scott Wharton says, why is it said that Jesus could not keep the law? Was he not a pious Jewish rabbi? I don't get it. Okay, the Hebrew, he was in a sense. Rabbi just means a great teacher. Okay, so, but he was also the Son of God incarnate in the flesh. Okay, but the Hebrew roots guys are going to say, well, we know no more about the law today than Jesus did in his time. So, because we know more about the law today, we are in a position where we can keep the law. So, you know, that's what they're going to say. That's the argument. Is we have the special stuff, the special teaching that can make us keep the law today in ways Jesus couldn't. Oh boy. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And don't expect this to make sense. Emilio. More knowledge than Jesus? Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Emily Tedesco says, wow, they're really determined to diminish Jesus's divinity, huh? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now, some of them will think that Jesus is divine, but it's almost in sort of a, and what do I say it, a low Christological kind of way. A lot of this is, among the Hebrew roots guys, is going to say, well, Christ didn't start off divine, but by his obedience to the Father, he becomes divine. So they're kind of in this sort of this half divine. I'm not saying fully God and fully man kind of divine. Not that kind of divine. Like a half man becoming God kind of divinity. So God Jesus in the Hebrew roots movement is a way shower. He showed the way, but he isn't the way. It's so messed up. It's so messed up. Yeah, it's a really messed up system. And as I say, I wouldn't waste a lot of time arguing with the Hebrew roots guys because they're like really brainwashed on this. Yeah, it's like beating your head against a brick wall. You're not your chance of convincing them is really small. All right, let's go to the next super chat here. I think we're almost done with the super chats here for the night. Now, let's see here. We got I would say if you've got a option as to who you're going to talk to, basically talk to somebody who really doesn't have a strong opinion. That's one of the things I'll say about this. Hebrew roots guys have very, very strong opinions. They're very brainwashed. They're very proud. They really think, unless you can get at that pride. I will say this: if you do engage a Hebrew roots guys, you gotta preach law. So much law, they can't hold it. And go for the ceremonial law. Are they keeping Passover? Because Passover is pre-temple. Okay. Are they basically taking a live lamb and cutting its throat and their household and bleeding it in their house? Oh, I bet you almost no Hebrew roots guys are doing that. Okay? They're not following every jot and tittle of the law. All right, the next one here is from the Penniless Theologian for 10 euros. I'm happy to hear you're not penniless anymore. Praise God. And he asks about clans and clades and numbers. Ooh, interesting. Up my alley. You said that the number of clans is essentially unchanged. Seems true, but Simeon, it's generally, there is some slight changes, okay? Verses 123 verses 26:14, and Manasseh, 135 to 26:34 changed a lot. What's going on here? Okay. You're not supposed to get the sense that there's no change, okay? You're supposed to get the sense that there's preservation. There's preservation overall, that there's a continuity of clans. That's what you're supposed to get out of this. That God didn't let the whole clan structure just die. That when that generation of disobedient Israelites passed away in the wilderness, that there were more people to replace them. And that the numbers of the clans stayed pretty static. And that's supposed to be a testimony of God's faithfulness. Okay? So, not every clan survived. That's going to be a truism. Not every clan survived, but there will be new clans. Some will be replaced. Some will be incorporated into other clans. It's just one of those things that Jonathan Walker has it right here. The preservation of the nation collectively, not the individual clans. Exactly, that's what's going on. But it is being expressed in terms of clans. So you start off with Numbers chapter 1, where you've got that census of clans, followed then by Numbers 26, where it's, say, repeating the census at the end of the wilderness wandering, and lo and behold, the clans are preserved. At least most of them are. Despite the hardship of the wilderness, despite God's judgment upon the children of Israel, he's made provision for their posterity. We have to understand that that the promises of God are based around three things. Three central things. Of all the promises of God are based around three key elements. The land, relationship with God, and posterity. What happens to your descendants. Okay? So all of the promises of God are going to rotate around those three things. Relationship with God, the land, and posterity. And the preservation of the clan structures in the book of Numbers is a testimony that God has kept his promise as far as the posterity goes. Okay? So, that's what's going on here. DWC says, even though a great deal of Israelites died in the wilderness, they never lost their descendants, so the children would have entered alongside Caleb and Joshua, but the guilty ones perished. Exactly. It's a preservation of their posterity. The clan structure is the sign of their posterity. So that's what's being expressed here in the book of Numbers. So, Penniless Theologian, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, John Bullerman for 20 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. I was watching Elderly Extraterrestrials tonight. Your show needs more baseless speculation. Good day, sir. Could be. You can never have too much empty conjecture. By the way, if you are going to, we are going to be in San Diego during the ETS. That's the Evangelical Theological Society annual meetings, general conference. And Mr. EC will be there. So if you want to get your photo, a selfie with Mr. EC, that could be arranged in San Diego. So if you are out there and you see us, do introduce yourself and say hello. We'd love to meet you guys. And, you know, last year we met a lot of people from our community at the conference. Where was the conference last year? Was it San Antonio? Yeah, San Antonio. Yeah, so we met a lot of people at San Antonio who subscribe to our channel. We love meeting our fans. So anybody in Southern California who hasn't made. Yeah. I mean, you don't have. Yeah, you don't actually have to be a member to go to the conference, but you have to be you do have to pay to go to some of the lectures. Okay, so you are giving a paper, and I am giving a paper on there. So, all right. Yeah, Heather, my great grandfather was always picking up tabloids. Heather WPS says, laugh out loud, my great-grandfather always picked up tabloids because he enjoyed baseless speculation. I'll say, baseless speculation can be fun. I used to go to like cryptozoology websites, listen to cryptozoology podcasts, because I always thought that stuff was just that baseless speculation was totally fascinating. Didn't matter if it was Bigfoot, Lizard Man, the Loch Ness Monster. It was just it was like candy. Pterodactyls in Arizona. It was crazy fun. So, it's like, so yeah, I mean, I understand what like Mothman, the Jersey Devil. Yeah, so all those cryptids I thought to be like just Mokili Ubembe, just it It was like candy, like eating cotton candy. Never believed the stuff, but I thought it was just like fascinating to listen to. Absolutely fascinating, because it was just such a joyful romp. Okay, but yeah, definitely don't confuse your baseless speculation with your with your real facts. Okay, but we're probably not going to do more baseless speculation on this channel. We do that probably enough already. Okay, actually, we do very little, in fact. But I don't actually like baseless speculation when it comes to theology. Okay, next super chat here is from Yossi Kenner for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Why should we assume that the population estimates of Egypt and Canaan refute a literal 600,000 Israelites? Is this an argument from silence based upon what we don't find? No, it isn't. We do have examples of... Here's the problem. The problem comes down to how do we interpret the census figures. Okay? Now, the problem is, going all the way back to the 19th century, before we ever knew that Egypt didn't have that many people. Okay? The population estimates for Egypt were around 4 million people. So if half of those people are, half to 2/3 or 3/4 of those people are Israelites, why didn't they just take over? Okay. Now, even before the population estimates of Egypt became sort of discovered in the 1940s and 50s, okay, there were already some scholars that were basically saying that, hey, maybe we're not interpreting these censuses correctly. Flinders Petrie was the first guy who basically said in the late 19th century that, yeah, that reading of the census might not be correct, that Aleph could mean thousands or tribes or clans. So, it's not an argument on silence. It's an exegetical argument. So, now I've done a video on, I believe, 9 interpretations of the census, where we go into each and at least 9 different interpretations. There might even be more now, but it's not an argument from silence. And it never has been an argument from silence. But it was adopted a lot more. There were a lot of people who did basically double down on, say, the literal reading of the census figures until the population demography, the demographics of Egypt became clear. Once the demographics of Egypt became clear, the exegetical interpretations of the census were basically seen as, okay, yeah, well, maybe we were wrong about the literal reading here, so maybe the exegetical views are correct. So, but this is also then not an argument from silence. It's then an informed view. This is what we're supposed to do. Okay, we've got 2 views of the census, at least 2 views. What does the evidence show? If the evidence shows favor towards one instead of the other, well then, switching from a literal view to, say, an exegetical view, that's not an argument from silence. That's using external facts to make a decision between multiple views that already exist. So, it's not an argument from silence, not in any way. And I think that people who say that it is an argument from silence, I think that they don't understand then the history of the debate. So, if you understand the history of the debate, there's no way you can possibly come down to the idea that this is an argument from silence. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Robert Lee for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. You mentioned a while back where a verse in the Old Testament talked about everyone is a priest, but it was actually talking about their own job security. Where was that verse? I don't recall the verse. What you're talking about here? There's a nation of priests. Let me just, or a kingdom of priests. See if I can find that. I don't know. I think it was about job security though. Yeah, there's Exodus 19:6. And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, and these are the words I shall speak to the sons of Israel. Okay. So in that respect, it's a nation of basically that the whole Israel itself is supposed to be a representatives of the religion of Yahweh to the nations. I don't know if he's talking about the tribe of Levi, Emily. It's really not clear what exactly is. I'm not familiar with this a verse that talks about say everyone is a priest and that being about job security. I have no knowledge of that particular passage. But the nation of priests, a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, that's talking about Israel as being, say, God's representative to the nations. It's not talking about job security. So if he is talking about one about job security, I have no idea what he's talking about. So I'm sorry, I can't really answer that question because I just don't know what you're referring to here. Robert Lee says, there's an old video on which you were talking about a verse about a priest of like Egypt. Again, I'm not sure what you're talking about here. I need more information, or at least a reference to that video. Hey, look, if you put a link to that video down in the comments section after the live stream's over, because we only got a few minutes left here to the live stream, I can look into it. I'd be happy to look into it for you, but off the top of my head, I can't say I know what you're talking about. So, sorry. I wish I could give you a better, but yeah, put a link into the comments section if you find it, and I'll take a look. All right, that's all I can say. Unfortunately, at this point, we've got almost 700 videos online, so I can't even remember what I've posted, to be honest. 700 videos over 4 years, that's a lot of videos.
Yeah, he said I forgot what was the topic.
Robert Lee, I forgot what was the topic, which is why I was asking sad. I'm sorry. Now I feel bad. Thanks. I feel bad now that I don't remember all 700 videos I posted.
He's asking how everybody being it?
No, he said the original question was, you mentioned a while back where a verse in the Old Testament talked about everyone is a priest, but it was actually talking about their own job security. Where was that verse? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, and that's the thing. I just don't know what he's talking about here. I don't remember such a verse. Paul, you're getting old. Well, that's true. That's obvious. All right. We'll move on here. That's just it.
Our priest in that we're supposed to be ready to talk.
Yeah, but there's a reference there to job security, and I just don't know what that is. Okay. Next one here from Subin Paul for 100. rupees. Thank you for the super chat. Can you comment on representing Dr. Raphael Greenberg in response to the rationality rules, Kip and Bowen? I'd have to look at that closer. I didn't take another look at it after Kip and talked about it. For me, it wasn't really an issue. Okay? I'm not a consensus scholar. I'm an evidentialist. Okay? I don't think we misquoted Greenberg in the same way we misquoted the other one. Okay? Now, in the other one, it was a matter of mischaracterizing her as an extreme minimalist as opposed to more of a mushy middle minimalist. Okay? So, in that way, it was a mistake of degree. I don't think we misquoted Greenberg in the same way, because Greenberg does make some comments that talk about the Bronze Age Israelites, okay, and Iron Age Israelites. So I don't think we misquoted Greenberg in nearly the same way. All right, so I don't think that response by Kip and Bowen had nearly had the same merit that, say, the other one did. All right, and in the case of the first misquote, that misrepresenting, that was just a matter of extreme versus mushy middle minimalist. Okay? She is a minimalist. The first one was a minimalist. She's just not a extreme minimalist. She's a mushy middle minimalist. She's certainly no maximalist. I mean, let's get that out there. There's no way she could be characterized as a maximalist. Even a mushy middle maximalist. Okay? As far as the Greenberg quote, I'd have to go back and I'd have to take a look. For me, as far as that concerns, it didn't matter that much. Frankly, if you quote somebody to me and it defies the evidence, I'm going to weigh that against the evidence. For me, as an evidentialist, evidence is everything. For consensus scholar types like Kip and Bowen, consensus is everything. Doesn't matter what the evidence is. They don't care about the evidence. They care about the consensus. It's a lazy kind of scholarship. It's a lazy kind of scholarship because all you have to do is basically say, well, I said it, therefore the consensus agrees with me. And that's sort of the laziness of being a consensus scholar is you don't even have to look up the consensus. You can just claim, well, I'm always going to follow consensus, so if I say something, the consensus obviously agrees with me. Jonathan Walker, consensus is just a majority of agreement or vote. Yeah, basically, essentially, that's what it is. It's general agreement. It's supposed to be a little more than that, though, when we talk about an academic consensus. When we talk about an academic consensus, it's more than just general agreement. Because you can actually have sometimes what's called majority-minority divisions. And those aren't considered to be consensus. Okay? If you've got a majority position and a minority opposition, and that minority opposition is large enough, most of the time in academia, that would not be seen as a consensus. A consensus really means that almost 80-90% of the people agree across the board. Okay? So it's a little more technical than just the majority agreement. It's an overwhelming majority agreement. Okay? So when we talk about consensus, it can often get into a equivocation fallacy where people are using consensus in more than one way. Oftentimes, it's used in the academic terminology of being, say, overwhelming consensus, where the overwhelming is just dropped. Say 90-80% of the field agrees. Or it could be used to just mean a majority agreement. And that's not the technical term of, say, an academic consensus. Yeah, it's exactly what that is. Skibba says, I thought consensus mean the argument was pretty much settled and only a small minority agreed. Yeah, it does mean that.
That mean that, but that's only based on the evidence you have
Yeah.
at the time.
Yeah.
When new evidence shows up, it's like
Yeah.
it tosses the consensus.
Yeah, but that's the problem with it too, is It's based upon that consensus of that consensus of it being settled. Is the problem with it that too is that it's only going to be provisional. One of the things we have to understand about consensuses is too is they're provisional. Any consensus is only provisional upon the evidence that you have at the moment. If new evidence comes up and it changes the argument for the consensus, then the consensus has to change with it. So even, say, settled matters sometimes don't remain settled matters. We've seen this happen many, many times. You know, it used to be thought it was settled medical science that ulcers were caused by stress. That was settled medical science. You didn't disagree with that. And then some doctor came along and proved it was bacteria that caused ulcers. And proved it definitively.
It's still believed today it's caused by.
Well, there's still set. Well, no, the consensus doesn't say that anymore.
Among the population.
But among general population, there's still people out there who believe that ulcers are caused by stress because of that earlier consensus. So, it's a dangerous thing to be a consensus scholar because evidence can really blow you away very easily. And this is why we're evidentialists.
If new evidence comes up, no problem with it.
Yeah.
New evidence. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I have no problem changing my opinion if new evidence comes up. If I find new evidence that's compelling and makes sense to me and proves the case, I have no problem changing my opinion. None at all. And this is what annoyed people about Bill Deaver. Bill Deaver would change his opinion with new evidence. It annoyed the stuffings out of people. There were people out there that were complaining about Bill Deaver because he would change his opinion with the evidence. No, that's not a problem. That's showing intellectual integrity. But a lot of consensus scholars don't have integrity. They just follow the sheep. So, I for me, the comments of Greenberg don't really matter one way or the other. If they want to be right about this, they're more than happy to be right about that. I'd rather talk about the evidence. And that's what they won't talk to me about. Scott Workin says, that's why I'll eventually win you over, Dr. Falk. Yeah, you can keep trying, man. Keep trying. I've heard those arguments before, so you can try. Well, I won't necessarily buy it. It's not because we haven't heard it before. Just keep that in mind. All right, next one here is from Paul for $19.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you know where I can try ancient Egyptian beer? I know it's going to suck, but I still want to try. It's not that bad, man. I actually liked it. I'd make more of it myself if I shouldn't have much beer. If it wasn't for my ketogenic diet, I'd drink more Egyptian beer. There was a brewery that made Egyptian beer. Now I don't know how good it was, but I think that you can. There was a place that was commercially brewing it. Had an awesome label on it too. I mean, really awesome label on it. But I don't know if you can still get it. You might be able to order it on the internet. Who knows? Okay. But it doesn't suck. It's good. I actually really enjoyed it. Carbonated, it was wonderful.
What did you?
I just used a sealed. I just had a soda bottle. So carbonated, all you do is before it's finished brewing or completely fermenting, You just close the cap on it, and it carbonates itself. It's the same way you would carbonate, say, ginger beer. So, or cider. You know, you let cider ferment for 7 days, and you close the cap on it, and 3 days later, it's carbonated. So, yeah, I mean, it's easy enough to make. I mean, it's not difficult to make. So yeah, if you can't find it, try making it yourself. It's really pretty good. I enjoyed it. Ass and Weir for 199. He says he wants me to say, I, David Falk, am firing my producer. Oh, there's no way I'm saying that. She's going, please, please, please. She so wants me to fire her. You don't get out of it that easy. She's smiling. She's smiling. I knew it. I knew it. Well, thank you for the super chat. No, I don't think she's going anywhere.
Yeah, like, you're gonna fire me for $2.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fire her for $2. No, she's worth a lot more to me than $2. Okay, next one. We're getting really close to the end here. So, no, she didn't mess up the keyboard. The keyboard messed up itself. Don't know why it did that still, but weird. Windows acting weird. Okay, the final super chat of the night is from Answering LDS here for 199. Evidence for Daniel's historicity. Okay. Now, I have not done a lot of reading into the historicity of Daniel. I'll say that right up. It's not an area that I have huge amounts of expertise in. There are various people who will date Daniel from the 6th century BC to the 2nd century BC. I don't think it's important one way or the other what the exact dating of Daniel is. I don't think it matters that much. I haven't looked at the historical issues of Daniel. I've looked at some of them. Some of the issues of Daniel, like, for example, the idea of the use of Aramaic being late. I think that falls. I think that argument fails. There's really good examples of imperial Aramaic that date to the 8th century BC. That emulates many of the so-called late writings in Daniel. So far, most of the arguments I've heard for a late Daniel have not been that convincing to me, honestly. So, I don't. I've heard a lot of the so-called arguments, but I'm not studied up on them, because I know there's a lot of literature on this. It would take me a lot of time to get proficient in the literature on this. This is why I'm essentially a Pentateuch guy, is because it's easier for me to engage the literature of this. Look, even the literature on Esther is a lot easier to engage. The dating issues on Esther are not that difficult. The literature is small. It's easy to engage, easier to engage that than Daniel. Daniel, there's a huge wealth of literature. It takes time to go through all of that literature. So it's a really, really difficult book to engage. But with that said, the few things I've heard about Daniel's historicity and the criticisms of it have not been very persuasive to me so far. Yeah, but even that. They're both late and early from what I know. Also, Hebrew is late Hebrew reflecting a later. Yeah, but it's going to be Persian period dating of the Hebrew. So, that's a long swath of time. So, you're not going to get early Hebrew in Daniel anyway. You're not even going to get Middle Hebrew in. You're going to get Persian period Hebrew in Daniel. Period. Just because it's a Babylonian or later book. So, that's not. I mean, it's not going to be. I mean, is it going to be Second Temple period Hebrew? Well, the differences between Persian period and Second Temple period Hebrew are very slight, very slight. So I would need some compelling arguments to make it say reflect a Second Temple period Hebrew. So, um, Jonathan Walker asks, "Is there evidence in the Hebrew Bible that shows change of one version of Hebrew to another to help date certain books?" Yes, there is. It's called the field you want to look at the most closely here is called lexicography. Okay. Now, what lexicography is, that's the meaning of words, and the meaning of words changes over time. So, when we talk about, say, the changes of Hebrew, and this is what's called, and scholars typically break it down into various periods. Okay, so you've got what's called classical Hebrew. That's the Hebrew of the Pentateuch. Okay, and whenever you hear a Hebraist talk about classical Hebrew, they're talking Pentateuch. Okay, then you've got Middle Hebrew. That's your Hebrew of the prophets. So Isaiah, Ezekiel, the major prophets. Okay. Then you've got what's called Persian period, or sometimes late or Second Temple period Hebrew. That's going to be your stuff like the books of Kings, Chronicles, later prophets such as Daniel or Nehemiah. Okay. And then you're going to get, say, a Hellenistic Hebrew, which is going to be the Hebrew of the Hellenistic period, and you're going to encounter some of that at Qumran. And then finally, what you're going to get is medieval Hebrew, and that's going to be the writings of stuff like Talmud or some of the additional documents to the Masoretic texts, or even, say, Kabbalah. Okay? So generally, Hebrew tends to break down into those sort of periods. And most of it is not based upon, say, grammar. It's not like Egyptian, where, say, the various periods of Egyptian go under, how do I say this, large changes in grammar. The grammar of Hebrew remains fairly static. What changes is word usage, the meaning of words, lexicography. So that's how they're going to determine what Hebrew fits into what period, is based upon what is the meaning of certain words at certain periods of time. And of course, because that language is sometimes very slight, sometimes these datings can be pretty tenuous. So I hope that helps. But as far as the Book of Daniel goes, the Hebrew on it is, you're dealing with a very large period, the Persian to Second Temple period Hebrew. I don't think you can really base it on Hebrew here. The Aramaic, those dating arguments has kind of fallen through now. There might be some historical arguments yet that I'm not aware of, but that's about all I can say without going into the literature more deeply. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then the final super chat here is from Answering LDS for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thought on the movie Prince of Egypt's accuracy. Oh, totally accurate. It's totally accurate. The greatest movie of all time. Totally accurate. You know, they all break out in song as soon as there's a plague. Best song ever. It's a musical, man. You're not going to get accuracy in a musical. Yeah, I think it's an entertaining film. I think it's a beautifully done film. The music is really good. The music's really good.
Production.
Yeah, the production values are excellent. Is it that accurate with ancient Egypt? Probably not so much. Yeah, it's very Hollywood. It's very Hollywood. Okay.
Egypt actually entertaining.
Yeah, real Egypt wasn't that entertaining. Yeah. Yeah. The Bible exegete says there are 3 words of Greek origin in the book of Daniel, and these were used as an argument for dating Daniel. Yeah, but here's the thing with say Greek origin words. The Greeks got around. You know, they're getting around already. I mean, we're talking here, let's say, you know, the 6th century, 5th century, if you want to be basically saying, okay, that, let's say Daniel wrote towards the end of his life. Okay, you're talking now the 5th century. The Greeks are all over the place by the 5th century. They've had a colony at Naucratis for 200 years already. They're sending traders deep into Mesopotamia at this point. You know, they're all over the place. So, you know, so the Greek words, you know, that's not exactly a ironclad argument. You know, because Greek traders are all over. You know, they're all over by this point in time. They're going all around, say, the Babylonian Empire, the Persian Empire. In fact, one of the big sort of, you know, Greek and Persian relations are not great. They're not great. At first, it's a trading arrangement. You know, the Greeks are trading with the Persians. You know, that eventually devolves as, say, the Persians start trying to conquer Greek states, and, you know, that just is messed up. A Bible exegete says, I agree, they could have been borrowed in the 6th century, 5th century. Yeah, absolutely they could have. Because, as I said, they're getting around. They're already forming trading relationships all over the Mediterranean at that point. They've got trading expeditions going into Anatolia and into Mesopotamia. So, you know, yeah, they're basically the main musical instruments. So, and instruments traveled. Absolutely. So, yeah, I don't think it's a very good argument overall. Okay. So, with that said, I think the Prince of Egypt is a fun film. I wouldn't call it terribly historically accurate. I think it's got some deficits that they've taken a lot of liberties with it. Okay? All right. It's a little after midnight. Who? Jack Ray. What's Jack Ray? Okay, give me a timestamp. 10:08. 10:08. Okay, 10:08. Okay, Jack Ray has asked for a prayer request. Please pray for me. Severe pain in the base of my spine. Worst pain I ever had. Ooh, ouch. Yeah, I feel for your brother. Yeah, I've had some really bad back pain recently down there too. So, um, yeah, you'll have our prayers. Um, if you think about it, please post a prayer request on our Discord server so we can all pray for you. But we're asking everyone here to pray for Jack Ray, okay? Because back pain at the base of your spine really sucks, okay? So we thank you for the support of the channel, and we do want to pray for you. So, glad you brought that to our attention. So thank you very much, and we will be praying for you. Okay, do we have a non-super chat?
Final one, we're gonna take Harry Stark's
827, okay. $827, and this will probably be our final question for the night. 827. It's there. All right, there it is from Harry Stark, and this will be our last question for the night. Is Halloween pagan? Someone's got to ask the question. The short answer is no. It's not pagan. Not even close to pagan. Okay? Now, where do we even start with this one? Yeah, Jonathan Walker says IP has answered this many times. Yeah, he has. And he's probably answered this better than I will. Okay? It's stupid. This one is just stupid. Mike Jones just rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's the short answer. Yeah. Yeah, he just rolled his eyes because it's just dumb. Dumb. Well, okay. Yeah, Mike Jones just rolled his eyes. Absolutely. Okay, it's the origin of Halloween is actually the origin is with November 1st, All Saints Day. Okay? All Hallows Eve, and Hallow is a saint. All Saints Eve is the evening before All Saints Day, when we commemorate the blessed dead. Okay? It's not based on Samhain. Okay? It's not based upon any pagan festival. It's and here's one of the things: it becomes an anachronistic fallacy, where a lot of pagans today will celebrate, say, Beltane, April 30th, and then add Samhain, which they date to October 31st. But in history, it was never October 31st. So there was actually no relationship between Samhain and October 31st until Christians started celebrating All Saints' Eve. So basically what was happening was the Christians were going and saying, okay, we're going to celebrate the saints on this day, November 1st. Okay, that's fine. But we're going to hold a candlelight vigil the night before. So they would hold these candlelight vigils to commemorate the saints the night before, and the pagans saw this. Oh, those Christians are celebrating the dead. We can celebrate the dead too. So we will move Samhain to October 31st. There you go. Halloween's now pagan because the pagans rolled in. Yeah, it's cultural appropriation, but pagan style. They did this with Solus Invictus too. Okay, a Sol Invictus was never on December 25th until it was moved to December 25th. Okay. The pagans roll in, and now it's pagan. You know, once upon a time, many of these symbols that we now see as non-Christian were not non-Christian. You know, and it's annoying. It's really annoying. Because, you know, some Christians who have never read a book will look at this and say, oh, it's pagan. See, the Satanists are having their high holidays on April 30th and October 31st and December 25th. Therefore, Christmas is pagan. Therefore, Halloween is pagan. Good grief. Lord save me from stupid people.
It's certainly.
I mean, look, there's a lot of guilt by association here, okay? Yes, Halloween has become a time when pagans do celebrate pagan things on Halloween. Well, you know what? Many people celebrate greed on Christmas. They celebrate lust on Valentine's Day. Okay? Guilt by it becomes an association fallacy. It becomes association. You take the worst elements, you associate it with something that was originally good, and then you just trash the reputation of the good thing based upon the secondary association.
Everybody gets to it.
Yeah. And frankly, dressing up is a good thing. Okay? Visiting your neighbors is a good thing. Eating candy is a good thing. Well, not all. Please be moderating on the candy.
The church in Nevada did.
Yeah.
That's a great way to celebrate.
Yeah. But put them all together and somehow they're evil and pagan. Like, what? Spending time with your family is a good thing. Unless you include candy, dressing up, and meeting your neighbors. And suddenly it's evil. Yeah. I like that. Make Halloween Christian again. Absolutely. Make it Christian again. You know, my producer brought up the fact that when we lived in Nevada, you know, we were at a church that rented out a big exhibition center. And they would have games and encouraged us to come dress up. And they had free food for the community. And, you know, we would always walk around and basically host the games, eat the free food. At the end of the night, they gave every family a gospel tract, a glossy, beautifully done gospel tract of the Book of John. It was fantastic.
Only 6 left in the parking lot.
They would distribute 1,000 of these tracts, these booklets, and they would do this thing, pick up afterwards, where they would go out into clean up the parking lot to find out how many gospel of these tracts were left behind in the parking lot.
And actually looked into trash cans.
Yeah, looked into trash cans too, just to make sure that this was effective, and they discovered that 6 out of 1,000 were left in the parking lot. It was incredibly effective ministry.
6 times more people than we had in the church.
Yeah.
I mean, huge.
Yeah. I mean, it was 6 times the number of people went to this event, and the event entering the event was free. It was a free event, and the church paid for hot dogs and hamburgers for the entire community. It was amazing. Yeah, they got a free meal out of it. They got to play games, win prizes.
I mean, it was a full carnival.
Yeah, it was a full carnival setup, and the kids had fun. The parents had fun. You know, it was a great community building exercise, and it was in a safe environment. Kids got candy there. They got hot dogs, hamburgers, sodas. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It was just, we need to make Halloween Christian again. Absolutely. You know?
A lot of churches do something similar with if they have good weather. But the
Yeah, it's basically
did that.
yeah, trunk Halloween or something like that, where they do it through the backs of cars. Yeah.
Community outreach.
Yeah, community outreach. You know, you get some guys with barbecues in the backs of cars, and there's several ways to do this. It's not just one way to do this, but it's really important that we start taking. Again, we said this earlier in the day with the writing fiction. It's not enough to complain about the culture. You have to engage the culture. You have to be part of the culture.
You have to be an organic part of the culture and stop accepting all these people say, "Oh, if you're Christian,
yeah,
you can't participate."
Railing against complaining about the culture never works. It never works. Never complain about it. Don't complain about the culture. The culture's the culture. Engage the culture. And how you engage the culture is you provide better alternatives. Look, every parent wants to know that their kids go out on trick-or-treating and they're safe. If you provide that environment, they'll come. You know, especially if you give them free food. Okay? So, this is another form of cultural engagement. Engage the culture. That's how you transform the culture. It's through engagement, through participation. Basically, these guys who are complaining about Halloween, they're pietists. They're disengaging from the culture. They're complaining about the culture, and they're bowing out of the culture. And just hoping somehow they'll find their way to Christ. Doesn't work that way. Never has worked that way. Pietism has been a failure. It's been a complete failure to transform the culture. So, we have to engage. Whether that engagement is through fiction, through art, through celebration of the cultural norms, like Halloween. You don't have to celebrate the bad bits. In fact, you shouldn't celebrate the bad bits. But make it Christian again. So,
offering a better,
yeah.
lead in excellence, practice excellence.
Yeah. There was one final question here that just popped up here. I know we said this was going to be the last one. The penniless theologian says it seems that Exodus 23:29 to 30 is a big problem to the literal interpretation of the census numbers. What do you think? Let's see what that says. Just very quickly here. Exodus 23, 29 to 30. And I will not drive them out before you in a single year, and the land so that the land may not become desolate, and the beasts of the field become too numerous. I will drive them out before you little by little until you become fruitful and take possession of the land. I think there's actually a bigger problem to it, which is numbers, because that could be just that it wasn't a big population of census, but you're right, that is contributory. See if I can find this here quickly. It's in Numbers 3. Here. Yeah, this is it. Chapter 3, verse 39. Okay. This, I think, is the nail in the coffin for the literal interpretation of the census numbers. And it says, all the numbered men of the Levites whom Moses and Aaron numbered at the command of the Lord by their families, every male from a month old upward, were 22,000. And go to verse 34 here. So Moses numbered all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, just as the Lord commanded him, and all the firstborn males by number of names from a month old upward, from their numbered men was 22,273. Okay? The problem here is that this is all the firstborns. Those who are firstborn from, say, young kid to adult. This was, if you calculate how many firstborn this is, this would imply that every family, every man, woman, and child, or every man and woman in the Israelite congregation would have to have 17 children each. That's not going to work numerically. That's sort of the nail in the coffin for the literal interpretation right there. You can't have that few firstborns in any sort of normal population demographics. It just isn't going to work. So, if you're going to claim that you have millions of people, you're going to need people popping out kids like there's no tomorrow. And that just doesn't work with human biology. So, yes, while Exodus 23 and 29 to 30 is good contributory evidence, this is the smoking gun right here. This is the end of the argument as far as, anyone can tell. That for firstborn males, yeah, these are your firstborn males. So every man and woman is going to have to pop out 17 kids. And that ain't happening. All right? So we're going to call it a night here. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight and who contributed super chats and made donations through PayPal. We really thank you and appreciate you for your support of this channel. We had a great live stream tonight. Keep writing, everyone. And we really appreciate those who join us every Friday to support us and to support the community with their questions. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters. As you can see, our equipment does fail from time to time, including keyboards. That was kind of strange. Okay. But we appreciate your support. Your support does help us to keep our equipment working. And finally, we want to thank our regular YouTube subscribers and viewers who watch our videos, who hit that subscribe and bell notification, the like button, and who share our URLs of our videos with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. So I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. It was a great time, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.